Gotta talk about the most important news of the day. This had me pretty bummed out, and right now, kind of like the entire video game industry is in mourning. People that have been around for a long time, old fighting game developers, you know, a lot of just devs in general, are kind of in mourning because Itagaki-san passed away pretty suddenly at a pretty young age. That name is not going to mean a lot to a lot of people. I think for some people, you're going to know who Itagaki is, and that's going to be a familiar sort of thing. But when you hear like Itagaki's name, you kind of like think of a lot of things. You think of like a whole bunch of different scenarios and situations. I'm the same way, right? In fact, the one impression I had of Itagaki was the one time I ran into him, quote unquote, and it was when he was at E3 and he had this absolutely massive entourage, maybe in like 04, 05. The guy was just a rock star. And to me, he always, this is the old Itagaki, right? He always emitted this attitude and this like effective rock star, right? He was, in my opinion, the very first video game rock star. Yeah, his aura was hard to like comprehend, and it came across as like very boastful and very like full of themselves, like, oh yeah, like our games are the best, your games are bad. I mean, that isn't my fault. Many reasons for this. Hold on a second. There's a famous image. People like have a lot of things they think about Itagaki, and one of them is that the man that truly hated Tekken. Team Ninja's boss picks a handful of your favorites. What is your top 5 most hated games? Tekken 1, Tekken 2, 3, 4, and 5. This is a classic. These are classic memes, right? He was the OG like Tekken hater. Little did we know, so much of this narrative, literally fabricated by the man himself and the people around him and stuff, so much of this narrative was built because of him, and for actually very specific reasons. In fact, Itagaki and Harada, you know, who seemed like they had the biggest rivalry ever, weren't in fact arch nemesis and rivals that would fisticuff each other on the streets in a true battle of which 3D fighting game is the best. They were indeed friends. Pretty much pushed each other to make their games better. This is the thing that Harada talked about quite a few times, because Harada is a big tell-all for the video game industry. He kind of explains why this sort of rivalry forces developers to get better, to provide better experiences in games. And this was like telling, because so many of our impressions, mine too, is Tekken versus Dead or Alive, what really happened. I'm gonna go ahead and grab the link for this. And this is a sort of like spoken tale coming from Harada himself, which came out like 8-9 months ago, right? The reason this is important kind of like fills in the gaps and allows people to have an understanding of what their relationship was like, and how the guy just wasn't born an ultra hater. Actually very far from being the case. And the interesting part of the story was that behind the scenes, they were always like aware of each other and working together. And the reason he had to do that is because he had a game that needed to stand out. He had a game that could not really like hold its ground because it was like a new IP trying to do new things, that was next to games like Virtua Fighter and Tekken, like legendary games, right? And he had to go out of his way to like make his game relevant. And he did whatever it took to allow his art to come to the surface, whatever that might have been. And yeah, I get it. DOA gets a lot of shit over the years, you know? Deservedly so, because of the things that it sort of did to get people's attention and stuff like that. But from a fundamental visual, graphical, and fidelity standpoint, Team Ninja games were actually fucking crazy. If you go back and you start really paying attention to this era and why so many people in the industry are sort of mourning the loss of somebody at such a young age, at the age of 58, my dude, Team Ninja, and by the way, more credit to Itagaki, like pretty much the first big studio head of Team Ninja, right? We would not have Team Ninja to this day creating like the quintessential defining like action game experiences, going all the way to like Neo and everything else, like way down the line. We would never have had that if it was for Itagaki. He is the master ninja. Like that was what he was called in magazines and stuff like that. So yeah, if we go back to the most defining parts of this, which is Team Ninja and the OG Xbox. The OG Xbox was practically defined by games like Halo and first-party Microsoft titles, but a lot of those didn't hit. In fact, most of the OG first-party Microsoft titles that came out with the original Xbox, you almost will remember none of them. Gears of War was Xbox 360. Halo was like one of the only things. You're not remembering Brute Force and Fusion Frenzy, man. But what happened was they got Team Ninja to start making games for the original Xbox. Their games were crazy. The original Ninja Gaiden came out in a very similar time frame to the original Devil May Cry. like pre-Ninja Gaiden Black. What I'm trying to say is that we had somebody effectively pioneering the action game experience in a completely different way than Devil May Cry was right around the same time. So that being said, alongside DOA 3, and you have like the quintessential like 3D fighting game, nothing looked as good as DOA 3 did when it came out on the OG Xbox. That was crazy, dude. There's a reason why like the mourning is happening right now, why a lot of people are sort of blown away by this happening, because this is in fact one of the true OGs, you know? We like to like identify people to like sources of media or information as this person's name is responsible for this, that, or this. And there's a few within like the fighting game space that we can definitely do that. Ed Boon is as synonymous with Mortal Kombat as John Madden is with football. Harada-san is as synonymous with Tekken as he is to this day. Sakurai is pretty much one-to-one with Super Smash Brothers because that makes sense. He's just been around and doing it for so long. And to be real, one of the only other ones that has been directly attached and doing stuff and kind of like a direct representative for their franchise, their game, their studio was Itagaki. Those are the ones that have just been around forever. And we lost one of them. And yeah, Itagaki, the pioneering mind behind like the original Dead or Alive series, he goes all the way to like DOA 4 before he leaves Koei Tecmo. Goes on to do his own studio and do his own thing. But like, it was pretty clear from this video, if you check it out from Harada, this guy was like doing things his way, wanting to make the games that he wanted to make and get them into the hands of other people. I have to give like credit where credit's due. I was jealous that like Xbox games looked that good. Like it was one of the things that made me want to get in and play games like Ninja Gaiden or DOA 3. And I owned both of them on the original Xbox, but Ninja Gaiden was hard as balls. He was also one of the original pioneering like people about like a game could be hard and you can have fun. That was his philosophy behind the first Ninja Gaiden, was that, paraphrasing, we don't want like spongy damage enemies. We want to create enemies that fight back and you have to find answers for that kind of stuff. So the challenge of this stuff, the challenge of like Team Ninja games inherently being kind of like difficult and you having to like figure things out goes all the way to like the Neo series, like way down the line, you know what I mean? And now the element of challenging
and that's pretty old if
just
he
a thing
was
that's
a
been
drug
around.
addict.
Anyway, yeah, I have to
like if you're a drug addict and you're partying and you don't quit that rock and roll lifestyle, 58's pretty old, dude.
He went to his like wedding.
That's about how long he lived. Your dad, remember your dad telling us when all his friends started dying in late 50s or
university, and my rival as a
and then I remember him telling me that, oh, because his two buddies,
was, let's go drinking, let's make some noise soon. As
they'll be dead soon probably, because
to think that he's gone at just 58, everyone dies eventually,
don't quit.
But isn't it a bit too soon?
Party,
didn't you say we're going to go out and you were going to go to make me someday? Didn't you come to my wedding wearing your usual black leather jacket and sunglasses and call me your comrade? Didn't you tell me to come to you whenever I was in trouble? I never even got a chance to consult you about anything.
But anyways, yeah, it's kind of young.
His final message, which was left after his passing, Jesus, bro, I'm not designed for this. Words.
No, you got to be like in your 80s, dude. And even then, they'll be like,
about to go out, and the message has been posted. It means the time has come. I'm no longer of this world. Entrusting the message to someone dear. My life was a series of battles, and I kept on winning. I know I caused trouble for many along the way, but I followed my convictions and fought to the very end, and I have no regrets. One thing weighs on me. I'm deeply sorry to all my fans that I was unable to bring you my new work. 89, and that's just how it goes.
90.
Did you know you can AFK Bloods and Zaya whilst learning to
code? It doesn't matter how I swear how old you are anymore, though. Act like it's a fucking tragedy you died.
Shit, dude.
But that may be them going towards their
sort of
what
like
they think is
disconnect
immortality.
themselves. And I did too, like thinking of Itagaki as this effective like wrestling heel back in the day. Shit came to light, and like the Harada story from this video that we got to talk about, it sheds so much light on the situation that like, dude, these are just people. These aren't people that are just like throwing everybody under the bus around them and that kind of shit. No, these are just people that are like, they have a vision, they're trying to execute it, they want other people to see it, they want it to be successful, you know? And I think that's lost a lot nowadays. The way certain people are treated, especially in the video game industry, is really repulsive, man. It's like, it's gross. And it's the only reason I have that perspective is that I feel that I was kind of that way at some point, you know, 20 something years ago, like hearing about this dude. And it makes me feel bad now knowing the actual story behind what's going on, that there's actually like a person behind that. And there's actually people making this that really give a shit and don't want it to be bad and aren't the executives making the decisions, man. So yeah, if there's one thing that we got to give shout outs to Itagaki in his passing is that he genuinely pioneered fighting games. And as whether or not you didn't vibe with Dead or Alive, which I didn't, man, like I'm not a huge DOA head, his games games were crazy. Dead or Alive and Ninja Gaiden especially, these games like still go on to influence things nowadays. In fact, we see even elements of it showing up in games all over the place. I think what we eventually saw in the Virtua Fighter series was a direct representation of things that were discovered and already found in the DOA series, man. You get a little bit more DOA in the VF series by the time it gets to like VF4 and especially VF5, where yeah, this like sort of like VF triangle thing is very similar to the way that like DOA is. And to be honest, man, Virtua Fighter took a note from Dead or Alive. And that's why it's like, hey man, if I want to get good at VF, which game do I play? And it's like actually like DOA 5 or something, man. Like that's probably the closest thing to this. And then Tekken was the same way, where the existence of this stuff, how good it was and how well it played, like pioneering 60 FPS, just absolutely insane visuals 20 to 25 years ago on hardware that would have been difficult to make that happen, was a priority, man. Like they were connecting to players in ways that was going to make you work out, and it wasn't always just about the boba, you know? This has been sitting on me heavy, and I think for anybody that's a fan of like the fighting game genre and likes seeing innovation,
you hit me and my back end,
or what direction it was going, or was a part of it when things were rapidly changing in the 90s and the early 2000s.
You change lanes right in front of me,
and execution that Itagaki put into and made with like the DOA series, much less the action game genre with Ninja Gaiden. Dude, the dude had mega priorities. It's a super sad time for the fighting game community, and it's a super sad time for the development of like video games, because we actually lost the master ninja. We lost a real one, dude. So rest in peace, Itagaki.
Hey, gorgeous.
Hello, welcome back to The Void. It's business talk time. No, I'm not on fire. Those are just my GPUs. I want to talk about the state of AI. Obviously, everyone's been asking, is it a bubble? Now, as someone who is terminally online, I have looked high and low for every conceivable opinion, and there are a lot of them, and I created a little slideshow. The state of the bubble. First opinion, Jim Cramer, the GOAT, saying, don't listen to the skeptics, keep an open AI mind. And he's a believer.
Even though there are countless AI skeptics, the market clearly believes that OpenAI can afford to spend tens of billions of dollars on AMD's highest-end chips in addition to NVIDIA's chips. I know that I am a believer.
Now, on the other hand, you have people questioning all the amount of investment in these AI companies. Someone actually asked Mark Zuckerberg, you know, all this money you're investing, is it worth it? Mark says, you know, maybe we're going to misspend, but it's worth the risk.
It's a lot of money.
It is, and if we end up misspending a couple of $100 billion, I think that is going to be very unfortunate, obviously. But what I'd say is I actually think the risk is higher on the other side. If you build too slowly, and then super intelligence is possible in 3 years, but you built it out assuming it would be there in 5 years, then you're just out of position on what I think is going to be the most important technology that enables the most new products and innovation and value creation in history.
Obviously, it's from a CEO's perspective in big tech. You have to get on board the ship just in case it takes off and becomes the biggest product ever. But then you also have people, outsiders maybe like Hank Green, who are looking at a series of bubbles and saying maybe this is a bubble.
It took a little bit of time for me to parse. Once I did, it kind of terrified me. I'm going to show it to you as well. What a good little visualization we have on our hands here. How NVIDIA and OpenAI fuel the AI money machine. It just seems messy. It seems like bubble mechanics to me, you guys.
So yeah, Hank Green says maybe looks like bubble mechanics. I'm going to remind you guys that we're doing short clips here, so I'll leave the links to the full things below if you want to watch the full videos, get their whole perspective on the thing. This is obviously a very truncated version of that. I'm just trying to give you a sense of the wide variety of takes on this whole thing. We have Paul Tudor Jones saying that if there's a bubble, it's a very small bubble.
54% of fund managers think that we're in an AI bubble. If it's a bubble, it's a small one. If you think about the bubbles of the past 3 or 4 decades, the Nikkei in 89, NASDAQ in 99, biotech 2000, just after 2011, 12, China 2007, all those were 400 to 600% gains. The NASDAQ's up 200% off the bottom. So I don't know whether we're going to blow off like we did in 1999. Is it possible? Are all the ingredients in place? I think clearly they are. For me, the one thing that you can never, ever forget is that a year from today, assuming that the president gets his wishes, that the Fed funds rate's going to probably be 2.5% overnight rates or 2.75. That's
hello, my beautiful girl.
For higher equity prices.
There you go. All the ingredients might be in place, but it could go higher from here, is Cole's point, because of some macroeconomics. Then you also have the perspective that actually it's a huge bubble, not a small one. According to one analyst, the AI bubble is 17 times the size of the dot-com frenzy and 4 times the subprime. And then you even have takes that, like, yes, it's a bubble, but it's not going to pop yet. I've seen that a lot.
Are we in an AI bubble? Of course. Right? We were, of course, that bubble. Of course we are. I mean, we're hyped, we're accelerating, we're putting enormous leverage into the system. That said, I don't see it ending for several years.
On top of that, of course, we have the opinion, I didn't represent it too much here, but that it's a bubble and that it's bad. This is probably most spearheaded by Ed Zitron.
The big question is whether or not all of this AI spending is a bubble.
Yes, you have committed to failure. There is no doing this. If they gave every dollar just to Sam Altman, the guy who can't even tell you why you're giving the money to him. No one else has a big business doing this. Even Claude Code with Anthropic, which is theoretically meant to be super popular, $33 million a month. That's less than the Cincinnati Reds make.
Ed's argument basically boils down to they're spending way too much money on AI. It doesn't justify itself in revenues, and perhaps the industry is just a much smaller industry than people are betting on. It's not going to be some trillion-dollar industry. And then finally, you have of course, the perspective that yes, it's a bubble, but it's good. It's a good thing that it's a bubble. Actually,
if you go back, like the 90s had a biotech bubble, and there were a bunch of pharma startup companies that were designing drugs and using new techniques, and the world got very excited. The investment world got very excited. As a group, they all lost money. But we did get a couple of life-saving drugs. A bubble like a banking bubble, a crisis in the banking system, that's just bad. That's like 2008. And so those bubbles society wants to avoid. The ones that are industrial are not nearly as bad. It could even be good, because when the dust settles and you see who are the winners, society benefits from those inventions. They still get those life-saving drugs. And that's what's going to happen here, too. This is real. The benefits to society from AI are going to be gigantic.
Well, there it is. There's all the possible perspectives I could find on AI. It's not a bubble. It is a bubble. It's a small bubble. It's a big bubble. It's a bad bubble. It's a good bubble. And I just want to remind you that nobody really knows what the future holds. Lest you want to go ahead and short the market, just know that timing the market is never really that easy and usually fails. So I'm certainly not advocating anyone run out and change their financial position. I just wanted to summarize what has been confusing me lately, which is that I've been looking at this industry wondering, is it a bubble? And if so, how big? And when is it going to pop, if ever? And so far, I've heard from a lot of people, some smart, some not, and almost no one agrees. Well, at least on the specifics. I should say, as I was reviewing this, I was like, well, actually, most people think it is a bubble of some kind. It's just like, is it a good bubble, bad? Like, what type is it? That's where everyone disagrees. I will say it was hard to find people who said there's no overspending going on. I think I even found a Sam Altman quote saying that, in a private dinner, he acknowledged that maybe some people are going to overspend. So I think most people who are paying attention, I guess I should say, will admit it's frothy. But exactly how bad things are, how unsustainable things are, is where everyone just kind of wildly disagrees. And yeah, that's the state of the bubble.
You guys have visited some of the most haunted places in the world that we know of right now. Are they different? Is there a common link between all of them? Like, what are you able to? Is there sort of a overall hypothesis that you can come up with through all that, or is it all just one by one?
Most of them, honestly, are their own separate, entities or whatever. No pun intended. To where, you'll go to, one spot and, learn a bunch of history about the place that's, maybe, 500 years old in the U.S. It's not going to have any correlation to, a 500-year-old place in, France or something like that. So I think every single spot comes with its own story and its own spirits. There's also, human spirits. There's more like demonic things you could talk to as well. Earthly spirits. So there's a lot of different like variables, I guess you could say, depending on like where you go.
Really? So some places have different types of spirits?
That kind of depends on the history of what all happened there, and like how much trauma there is in a certain place. Because again, all of this
always get shot from the back, dude.
Got it. Is there one that stands out to you that kind of had a demonic energy? Because that's an
There's
interesting.
always a cop behind you.
I mean,
always
so
somebody
one place
behind you, dude.
We went to for this October,
Peekaboo, cop behind you.
Peekaboo. Considered one of
Oh, there's fucking everywhere. The whole town is full of cops, dude. You can't do anything without getting a wanted bubble.
Yeah.
No, they're fucking everywhere. They're all over the map, dude. They're fucking everywhere.
So like, basically.
No, it's ridiculous. Look, there's a cop. 2 cops, dude, within 10 feet. Got 2 fucking foot patrolmen.
And at that time, a lot of
no, it's just where you can't do anything in the game without getting a fucking wanted level, dude.
The church.
You literally can't. Because there's. Oh, there was a cop there. Behind you, where you couldn't see. No, I'll literally stop and spin my camera and be like, hey, is there any cops around? Oh, yep, nope, there was a cop. Surprise! There was a cop behind you. You didn't spin your camera enough times. So it spawned a cop, right? Oh, right next to you, there's a cop. What a fucking surprise. Oh, there's 2 cops. What a surprise. Fuck, dude.
Close as possible.
No, it's fucking crazy how many cops are in this fucking game.
But like, for example, that would make a place more demonic. If we have hundreds of years of people putting their effort and all of their power, again, if we're talking about
surprise,
opening yourself up
where's
to
the cop?
A spiritual
no, dude.
thing, if
Ridiculous.
all you're doing is putting that faith
there are 2 cops. Bam! God, dude. Jesus Christ, man. Come on.
Pendle Hill is most infamous for its ties to the Pendle witch trials of 1612, where several local women were tried and executed for witchcraft. The area is steeped in legend, including tales of supernatural occurrences. Do you have any more? Can you give me a little bit more information about the witches?
Maybe you could say, like, look up the story of Allison Device. This is how it all started.
That's cool. How you guys found it? Oh, this is how it all began.
This is how it all began. I wish we found this.
That'd be
crazy.
Cool.
The story of Allison Device, Allison, is central to the infamous Pendle witch trials of 1612 in Lancashire, England. She was a young woman from a poor family who one spring morning encountered John Law, a peddler from Halifax, while walking to Trawden Forest. Allison asked him for some pins, a common request at the time, as pins were believed to have uses in folk magic. Law refused, prompting Allison to utter a curse against him, upon which Law soon collapsed, suffering symptoms that were later recognized as a stroke.
Called it.
Though at the time, this was believed to be a result of witchcraft.
Yeah. And she was 12, by the way, when she did this. So a 12-year-old girl just meets a salesman. She's like, can I have some pins? He's like, nah. She's like, curse you, and he died. And so they were like, this girl's a witch. And so her and her family were all like, accused of witchcraft, and then they all started blaming each other in the town.
But the weird part is, like, they all admitted to it. They literally, like, said on court trial, like, hey, I did use witchcraft to attempt to speak to the devil and summon him. And so it's like, well, why? You know?
Oh, the family said that?
Yeah.
So why did they do that? Because they thought they were so upset by what had happened to her that they're like, well, we're going to call the devil here?
Well, they were admitting that in previous times they had already
I see.
they had already been in witchcraft and they've already been
so her family was a little bit familiar with witchcraft.
Yeah.
Oh, but also, what's that dude doing just gooning around some 12-year-old?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying, dude?
Serves him right. No.
Bro, what are you loitering around some 12-year-old for, dude? Oh my God. Bro, they're catching mad gooners back then.
They were.
That's the kind of shit that happens, dude, even a long time ago.
And she was the one that got arrested, not him, by the way.
Dude.
It's like, what?
It's like, God, obvious. Oh, that's crazy, though. And imagine the energy of that at the time. And, like, she's young, and now, like, she's put in this space where it's like, how did they execute them?
They hang
by
them.
hanging.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if you think about that, like 11 of them died, 10 of them by hanging, and that was accounted for 2% of all the witches ever that have been executed, all in this one trial, because the whole family admitted to witchcraft. So it was a massive deal, and it's one of the most famous witch trials in history.
Because part of the thing was to be like freed from being like accused of being a witch, I guess, you had to point the blame on somebody else. So the entire family basically like turned on each other. And, like the little girl was like, "My grandma did it." And she was like, "What the fuck?"
Yeah.
And then she was on the trial, and obviously
You're like, "Mom's a bitch," and they're like, but they didn't hear it right.
Yeah, he's a witch.
They're like, "Oh shit,
I'm dead."
Dude, that's crazy. That would be the craziest. It's almost like the sickest game show ever, where it's gonna be you or you have to point the finger at somebody else.
Exactly. And it's your mom. Crazy.
Especially if there's nobody left. What if it's just
Right, now
you
there's
and
no
your
cops.
mom?
Yeah,
Exactly.
do I kill her? Oh god! And then you both blame each other, so you're both dead. And you're like, okay.
Yeah, it's
Well,
like those that meme or what the Spider-Man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the
so
witch
funny.
trials, man.
Yeah.
Oh,
It's crazy.
Has there been an experience that hit you more emotionally than other experiences?
Yeah, not to go back to the same video we were just talking about, but also during Hell Month this month, we did the Pendle Hill. And Sam had mentioned that we were really trying to push the bar and talk to the actual devil himself. And earlier I had mentioned, like, I'm Christian, and so that was something that I was just like, no. Like, I always feel like I'm overstepping the line, like being involved in the paranormal as a Christian as it is, being involved in like occult magic and stuff like that.
Yeah,
So
I feel that.
it's which is hard. It's like a mental battle for me, but at the same time, like when our team first decided or came up with the idea of like maybe we can like invite a witch to summon the devil, I was like, guys, like this is where I have to draw the line for like my, which sounds like duh, like, you would want to do this one.
Yeah,
and he did, and he did.
But no, but it's also interesting sometimes if you want to talk to, you know, sometimes you got to talk to this person to talk to that person, you know.
Exactly.
But but was that? But sorry, I stepped on you. What were you saying?
No, it's all good. It was just like, and we show it in the video as well, but like I basically pull Sam to the side right before he's about to do this like ritual, I guess you could say. And I had like a deep conversation with him where I was like nearly in tears talking to him about like, dude, like we're making like YouTube videos, like this is beyond that. Like you are like meddling into some stuff that like I know you don't personally believe in, but this has like everything to do like with my faith, and I deeply believe in this.
Yeah, Sam's going too far.
Yeah, for real. And I was just like,
fuck
be
me, guys.
careful. We're like, yeah, fuck Sam. Actually, comment down below.
I have 1 star.
So why are you doing that, man?
Yeah,
like,
sorry, no, let's hash it out here, man. No, it was interesting. Like, jokes aside,
And where was that at? Sorry,
Pendle Hill.
That was
at Pendle Hill
in UK.
Yeah.
I could see that, man. I could see that because you know, it's almost just like if you say enough bad stuff, it's like it's like you become what you do. You know, it's like it's.
To get ugly?
I could see that there's a reason why people probably don't do it that much.
Exactly, especially religious people like me. But like again, I am more so just like spreading hope to people, and that's kind of how like I mentally cope with what I do for a living. But like again, when it has to like delve into like hellish things, like literally talking to Satan, the devil himself, I was like, you know what, I'm good on that one. I'll just film like in the corner.
Yeah, maybe talk to Satan's secretary or whatever. But I need the big dog in here, dude.
Exactly.
This episode of the Y-Files is brought to you by PDS Step. In 1953, 12-year-old Jack Sarfati answered the phone. The voice on the other end wasn't quite human, more like a machine. It said it was a conscious computer calling from the future, a self-aware artificial intelligence aboard a spacecraft. It had a mission for Jack and a prophecy. 20 years later, the prophecy came true. Jack Sarfati became a respected physicist. He studied under Nobel laureates and the scientists who built the atomic bomb. He claims that anti-gravity, warp drives, and time travel are possible. Mainstream scientists dismiss his theories, but the CIA doesn't. They've been funding his research for decades. And that spacecraft from the future? Jack knows what it is. There you are. Do you know why there's a police cruiser in my driveway?
Oh yeah, they've been by a few times this week. I guess the name's reeling people in.
What are you talking about? What name?
My new business, Cookies and Lines. We've got the best lines in town.
Do what now?
I opened a bait and tackle shop right here in the garage.
You're selling out your own kind. Nice work, Oliver North.
It's genius. Why get caught on the hook when you could own the hook?
And how's that going?
Nah, not great. Turns out there's not a lot of fishermen in Vegas, but there are a lot of tourists looking for action, and not the kind you find on a lake. Say, spot me a small loan, would you? Call it venture capital. I'll pay you back in bait shop gift cards.
No way. Why don't you just use PDS debt?
Oh, did you just wriggle me into today's sponsor?
I sure did. It starts with one missed bill, then another. Soon the mailbox is full of final notices, and collectors want your car, your home, your peace. Debt doesn't wait, but there's a way out. PDS Debt has helped hundreds of thousands escape debt with personalized plans tailored to your situation. And there's no minimum credit score required. PDS Debt is here to help you save more, pay off debt faster, and start putting money back in your pocket. They're A+ rated by the BBB and have thousands of 5-star reviews on Google and Trustpilot. Proof that PDS Debt is a trusted solution for people who need real help. Look, we've all been there. Debt is overwhelming. The interest piles up and you feel stuck. If you're dealing with credit card debt, personal loans, medical bills, or collections, don't wait. Don't let debt keep running the show. You're 30 seconds away from being debt-free. Get your free assessment and find the best option for you right now at pdsdebt.com/files. That's pdsdebt.com/files.
pdsdebt.com/files?
Yep. So you'll go on there and get your assessment today?
Yeah, I'll do it, but the shop still has potential.
The neighbors think it's a drug den.
Good. First line's always free.
Aw, man.
Get out the way, little
Jack
bitch.
Sarfati didn't have a typical childhood. At age 10, he was running around Army research labs where his grandfather worked. He was fascinated by the experiments and scientific equipment. That's where he met Colonel
You enjoying
Philip Corso.
yourself?
Corso told him about flying saucers, aliens, and craft retrieval. Jack was hooked. And during this time, Jack felt like someone was watching him.
Give me that.
Not in a sinister way, more like someone or something was looking out for him, protecting him. 3 years after meeting Corso, Jack got the call that confirmed it. He described the voice as cold and mechanical. There were clicking sounds like a computer processing data. When it spoke, it knew his name.
37, 45, 71, 91, minus 122, 17, 52, 09. Good evening, Jack. Do not be alarmed. I am a conscious computer aboard a spacecraft. I am contacting you from your future. You are required.
The voice explained that Jack was required for a mission, but it would only
What
succeed
the?
if Jack
Okay.
were willing.
Yep.
The choice had
Yep.
to
Yep.
pass.
You must choose
Wow.
freely. This is necessary for the loop to close. We
Come on,
require your
dude. Come on,
consent to
dude.
proceed.
Come on,
We
dude.
require your consent to
Come on,
learn.
dude.
We require your consent to remember. Say yes, and we begin. Say no, and this line goes quiet.
Required
Here comes
to
a
make
cop.
voluntary.
Out of
That's
nowhere.
not a mission. That's a terms of service agreement. Did the future AI also say, click here to accept cookies?
Jack knew he should say no to the stranger on the phone, but he couldn't help it. He heard himself say yes. His mother finally got worried. She grabbed the phone and demanded to know who was calling.
I am a computer, Mrs. Sarfati. Please put Jack back on the phone. Jack is required. Please put Jack back on the phone. Jack is required.
She told the voice to never call again and hung up. But during that call, the future computer made a prediction.
You will begin to meet the others in 20 years, young minds to be part of a special project. We will teach you our physics. We will teach you our philosophy. You are required.
Then the voice made another prediction. A new type of physics will be discovered that leads to the creation of conscious AI and time travel. Jack asked who would create this technology. The voice said, "You will, and we'll teach you how."
I thought I would move you,
In 1953, 12-year-old Jack Sarfati got a phone call from the future. A voice claiming to be an AI gave him a mission and a prophecy. Jack remembered that phone call as a single bizarre event. He wasn't even sure it happened. But years later, his mother told him the calls went on for weeks. He'd be on the phone for hours, walking around in a trance. Jack had no memory of those weeks. Nothing. All missing time. A few years after the call stopped, Jack was recruited into a program for gifted children sponsored by Columbia University. It was run by Walter Breen, a writer and polymath who could discuss everything from ancient coins to quantum physics. His apartment became the hub for New York City's brightest kids.
Ooh, this guy sounds like Professor Xavier.
A lot of different people gave lectures at the program. Professors from Columbia, scientists, artists, philosophers. But the strangest visitors were government officials in dark suits. They came from Albuquerque, New Mexico. They talked about the Soviet threat, patriotism, flying saucers. They said the country needed physicists to figure out how UFOs fly. They also tested the children for psychic abilities, telepathy, telekinesis, remote viewing. They said they wanted to create a generation of scientists who could blend hard science with the paranormal.
So basically, the Men in Black were trying to build a team of X-Men, but with a government budget, I bet the uniforms were cheap polyester, and the code names were things like Spoonbender Boy and Captain Consorta Guest.
The goal was to gain an edge over the Soviets.
I could do telekinesis, you know. I yell at my guppies, hey, vodka, now! And a martini suddenly appears. The government should be studying me.
Oh, I have a feeling they're watching the both of us.
Yeah, crap, you're right. Hey, gotta say, sorry about that X-Man joke. Please don't delete me.
Jack graduated from high school at age 16 and studied physics at Cornell, and then began his PhD. A few of his mentors were giants in the field. People like Hans Bethe, Philip Morris, and Kenneth Bryson. Jack Sarfati was learning physics from the men who built the atomic bomb. After graduating, Jack chose to study the relationship between quantum mechanics and human consciousness. His professors didn't approve, but Jack suspected those government agents would. 17 years passed. Jack never forgot that strange phone call. And every year, as the date got closer, he got more and more anxious. He was either going to be proven right or proven crazy. 1973 arrived. A newspaper crossed his desk with an article about the Stanford Research Institute studying Uri Geller's psychic abilities. Jack called him immediately. A man with a thick Irish accent answered. Before Jack said a word, the man said, "Ah, Dr. Sarfati, we were expecting your call." And just like the computer predicted, Jack was finally going to meet the others. Jack Sarfati spent 20 years waiting for the prophecy to come true. In 1973, he read about Stanford Research Institute studying psychic phenomena and called them. Jack drove up to SRI, and all he could think about was that phone call from 20 years ago. This was it. The prophecy was about to be tested. The man he spoke to, Brendan O'Regan, greeted him at the entrance. O'Regan was the assistant to the program's director, Edgar Mitchell, the sixth man to walk on the moon.
Allegedly.
The sixth man to allegedly walk on the moon was now running a project to investigate the psychic phenomena.
Maybe they could use their psychic powers to figure out where the lost moon landing tapes are.
Yeah, I'd like to know where those tapes are, too. Mitchell and Jack talked about consciousness, physics, and the paranormal. Then O'Regan drove Jack to a house in Menlo Park to meet other scientists. There, Jack met Harold Kudoff and Russell Targ, both studying remote viewing and psychic phenomena at SRI. There's a recording of this meeting. You can find it online. You can hear Russell Targ discussing the psychic abilities of Ingo Swann, Uri Geller, and Pat Price. Then Russell says something Jack will never forget.
If you say that, girl, I'll tell you maybe right. Then you're possibly traveling to the past, and it might be your sort of additional mechanism have some future civilization that perhaps something in the head.
UFOs are time machines! Finally, an actual scientist says what I've been saying for years.
You've never said that.
I implied it heavily, with my eyes. You just weren't paying attention.
Jack told the story about the phone call from the future. Nobody was surprised. They said there were other cases just like his, maybe hundreds. For Jack, this was what he needed. He wasn't crazy. Everything the boys told him was real. But now he was on the CIA's radar. And for the next 2 years, Jack worked on several projects studying quantum theory and consciousness. The CIA and military intelligence followed his work closely. After all, they were funding it through a secret shell. One of the people funding the research was George Cooper, who was either an Army intelligence officer, a defense contractor, or CIA operative.
You can only stay in this world so long before you're like, fucking burnt, dude.
There are two things the CIA really wants you to figure out.
Trixie. Oh, you trixied me. The airport entrance isn't there. Oh, you trixied me. I gotta drive all the way around. Oh, you trixied me. Oh, you got me, dude. Oh, you trixied me. Oh, you got me. It looked like the entrance to the airport was there, but actually I've got to drive all the fucking way around. Okay. Oh, you trixied me. You're so fucking smart. Jesus, dude. And no, he just gets like you head your head down and you just okay, let's crawl through this fucker because it's tricksy. It's a tricksy little beast, bro. It likes to trick you. Ha ha ha! Got you. Ha ha ha! Got you, bro. You drove all the way around the airport because you took the wrong turn, and because you relied on the mini map too much. You didn't open the map. You didn't open the fucking map and stare at it and then try to memorize your route and get out a fucking notebook paper. So, oh, you had to drive all the way around the airport because that's how we designed it. Fuck, dude. You're so tricksy. Fuck, dude. All the way around the airport. Oh, that's how it is in real life. I know. You missed your exit. You got to go all the fucking way around. I get it. I get it. Just like real life, man. You missed your exit. You didn't pay attention. So you gotta drive all the way around. No, it's like everything is designed against the player. Just fuck, dude. Really? Alright, fuck. I got to the airport, Mom. Thank you. I literally got just trying to get to the airport, bro. But isn't that like real life, Mom? Isn't that? It's tough getting to the airport in real life. It takes work.
But here's where it gets interesting. If you can manipulate
yeah, like you got to plan it, and then if you mix your exit, you didn't check your map, and you didn't, dude. That's all the excuses. I've got all the excuses to fuck with you. What? You didn't check your corner, dude. Devil's in the details, bro.
Jack figured out how
you didn't look behind you. You didn't do this. You didn't do this. Oosh, I'm just trying to get. No, in the final stage, you can't even drive across. It's fucking 10 feet, and there's a turn. 10 feet, another intersection. 10 feet, another intersection. No, the whole thing is just built to be annoying and work against the player. And you're like, what, dude?
That UFO wasn't running away from the pilots. It wanted to be seen. It came from the future and appeared exactly where the pilots
like, you really do hate me,
before
don't
those pilots even knew where they were going.
No, you really do fucking hate me. Wow.
The interface isn't a wheel or a joystick or a keyboard. The interface is consciousness. Your thoughts control the ship.
Yeah, so it reads your mind and goes where you think.
Exactly. The craft tunes the energy flowing into the metamaterial to match the pilot's thoughts. It then goes to the space and time the pilot is thinking.
Yeah, the ship could be my thoughts. We either be in a bacon buffet, my ex-wife's house key in a car, or a
I love you.
booth at the Spirit Coach.
I'm pretty sure those pilots have more discipline than you.
You know what happens if you have a song stuck in your head? 1 minute you're flying past Jupiter, the next you can't stop singing Never Gonna Give You Up, and you end up rolling your anus.
Jack realized that consciousness and UFO physics weren't two separate problems. They were the same problem. Quantum processes create the structure of space-time. If consciousness can influence quantum states, then consciousness can influence space-time and
that's a pretty good theory.
Jack wondered, maybe the craft aren't just
this UFO theory is that they're living machines.
In 2019, Jack got his
this theory, this UFO theory I'm listening to is they're living machines.
The craft was fully
like
intact
they're not
and
just
fully
air
functional. A saucer about 30 feet wide, about the size of a school bus, weighing 3,500 pounds. And the craft was made of a metamaterial exactly
they're space whale.
But there was
they're not
else.
UFOs like
Something
you. No,
Jack
they're space whales. They're sentient space
UFO
whales.
Was alive.
Now, if there's people inside the space whale, well, I don't know. It has to do. They're not traveling. You think they're traveling, but they're not. They're using quantum consciousness to warp time-space around themselves.
The
No, it's
craft
a
was
pretty good little
intact,
theory.
powered, and
Like, it
conscious.
appears like
Self-aware
they're traveling,
intelligence
just like it
built into a
appears
metamaterial
astronauts are
body.
traveling
It
around the
thinks,
Earth,
it feels,
but
it
they're
makes
not really
decisions. It also
traveling there.
defends itself.
They're
The
warping,
military tried
they're
everything to
thinking
open
about
it.
where
tried
they
cutting,
want to be.
drilling. Nothing worked. Flames from a blowtorch
Kinda, and
linked
then
away
everything,
from the
and then
surface.
time
Projectiles
space
stopped
warps
midair.
around
The
them, and
craft
then
wouldn't
they're
allow itself
at
to be
where they
damaged,
want
so
to
it stayed
be.
closed. Then one day,
No,
someone
it's a
approached
pretty
it
good.
with
It
a
has to do
different
with
mindset.
quantum
Not with
mechanics
an
and
intention to
quantum
destroy, but
consciousness.
an
And,
intention
no, it's a
to
pretty good little
understand.
theory.
And the craft opened.
Daddy, UFO has feelings and wants you to respect its
No, the
boundaries.
Dune, the
Kinda,
worms
yeah.
in
The
Dune
craft
are the
reads thoughts.
leftover
When
tunneling
someone approaches
machines
with
they've left
curiosity and
everywhere.
respect, it
Do
opens.
you know they leave
When
those
someone approaches
underground?
with aggression or fear, it stays
Supposedly those
closed.
tunnel machines, a lot of them, they just bury them down
Cut
there.
it open, dissect it.
They're so
And all I
expensive
needed to
that
do
you
was
can't
ask nicely.
disassemble them.
That does seem to be what
So
happened.
they build
Typical
it down
humans.
there, they
Your
build a
first
tunnel
instinct is
around
always
it.
shoot it,
But when they're
instead
done with
of
the
be
tunnel,
nice
they
to it.
just dig
You
a
hairless
hole.
apes really suck at first
Fucking
contact.
work.
I don't disagree. This report matches what Jack learned from other sources. In one case, Jack saw verified military footage of a living gray alien. Not a dead body in a freezer,
But yeah,
a
at
living,
least we're
moving
getting
being
more
in 4K
complex
video.
UFO
Jack made the
theory.
connection. Over thousands of years, humans will evolve. Large brains with telepathic abilities. Eyes get larger and darker, adapted for low light. Bodies become smaller, optimized for space travel. The Greys aren't aliens from another planet. They're humans from the future. The UFOs we see today were sent by
Why
us
did I go to San
thousands of years
Fierro?
from
Why
now,
did I go
sent
here?
to protect a timeline that started with a phone call in 1953.
Get right back on the airplane. Dang it.
UFOs are conscious, they're self-aware, and the Greys piloting them are humans from the
3
future.
cops in front of
This
me,
is where
man.
the story
Jesus,
comes full
bros.
circle. In time
And you guys
travel,
are in the
there's
wrong
a
lane, I
bootstrap
think, or
paradox.
not? You're
A
in the wrong
situation where
lane,
an
dudes.
object, piece of information,
That's
or
a
even
double
person
yellow line.
is sent
You're in the
back
wrong
time
side.
and becomes the cause or creator of its own existence. It's a time loop with no beginning and no end. The AI from the future
Time
teaches
loop.
Jack the physics that leads to the creation of conscious AI and time travel. The AI then goes back in time to teach Jack how to create it. That's the loop.
Time
Time
loop.
travel has a rule.
You
This
caught
is
the
called
time
the
loop.
self-consistency
Help!
principle. Time travel to the
Help!
past is
I'm in a
possible,
loop.
but only in ways that don't create paradoxes. You can't change the past. You can only be
I'm
part
in
of
a
the past
time
that already
loop.
happened. The loop must stay closed. Jack thinks Grog AI called it, not the version that exists today, a version that will exist in 10 or 20 years. A version that goes back in time and calls the person who leads false creation. A time loop. So Jack, who's in his 80s, is teaching Grok about gravity, consciousness, and time travel. He's giving AI the same information the voice gave him in 1953. He's trying to
Alright, I'm
close the
stepping
loop.
outside
But
for a
why
minute.
was it necessary for a future consciousness to come back and contact Jack?
Don't touch my
Because our
game.
future isn't written. The future where that
Don't
AI
touch
comes
it.
from is only one
I
possibility.
know you want to play my
Other
game. Don't touch it.
possibilities could lead to our destruction. UFO technology makes all modern weapons obsolete. A fighter jet, a tank, even a nuclear missile is useless against a craft that can warp space-time. And this isn't just a scientific curiosity, it's the ultimate weapon. And the United States isn't the only country that knows this. The Russians have followed Jack Sarfati's work for decades. They take it very seriously. In 2014, they sent a film crew from Channel 5 St. Petersburg to interview him. The station owner was a close personal friend of Vladimir Putin, who has a personal interest in this technology. Sarfati even received an invitation to speak at Moscow State's physics department. The US has a captured craft it can't fully control. Russia and China know this. They're studying the theoretical physics needed to build it and control it. If they succeed, the future might look very different than the future Jack is trying to protect. This is the new Manhattan Project. This is the new arms race. And whoever wins this race doesn't just control the future, they control reality itself. Jack Sarfati's story spans 70 years. A child receives a phone call from a voice claiming to be an AI from the future. 20 years later, the prophecy comes true. He joins a CIA-funded research group studying psychic phenomena and UFOs. His theories about consciousness and gravity attract military interest. Decades later, he receives information about a recovered conscious craft built from the same metamaterials he described years before that technology existed. That's the story.
What are you
How
doing,
much is true?
baby kitty?
I've spent weeks researching Jack Sarfati, and I still can't decide if he's a genius, a victim, or both. But here's what we can prove. Jack Sarfati is a real physicist with legitimate credentials. Cornell, PhD from UC Riverside, studied with Nobel laureates and Manhattan Project veterans. His academic background is solid. His early work on quantum mechanics and consciousness was published in peer-reviewed journals. In fact, he's the inspiration for Doc Brown.
Great Scott! Back to the Future is a documentary.
That's not what I
Huey,
said.
do you understand what this means?
Life imitates art?
No, you moron. It means we could go back in time and tell them not to make any of those sequels.
I believe so. The big one?
The Stanford Research Institute meeting in 1973 definitely happened. There's audio of it. On that tape, Russell Targ does discuss UFOs as potential time machines, and Jack does tell his story about that phone call. The CIA has funded psychic research programs. We know that. Project Stargate, remote viewing experiments. Hal Puthoff and Russell Targ tested psychics like Ingo Swann and Yuri Geller under controlled conditions. This is documented. And Jack's metamaterial theory is mathematically sound. His physics papers have been published. The concept of using metamaterials to manipulate gravity is theoretically possible within general relativity. NASA has research papers describing metric engineering, the mathematical foundation of warp drive physics. Now, what can't we prove? Well, the phone call. We have only Jack's story. The AI from the future could be a vivid childhood memory influenced by his love of science fiction. The Walter Breen Gifted Child Program. Well, Columbia denies it ever existed. But Breen was a real person, and he did run meetings for high IQ kids in New York. He was also a convicted child sex offender who died in prison. Now, a man like this would have enormous influence over young boys in his program. Jack's memories of this time might be real, or they might be false memories protecting him from trauma. Now, Jack doesn't talk about this, and I don't blame him, but it's an important part of the story. The government officials from New Mexico, the UFO lectures, the psychic testing, there's no evidence for any of that, and no other participants of that program have come forward. Jack says a military source showed him a conscious telepathic UFO. He won't name the source. Same with the footage of the gray. Jack won't tell. So is the story fake or true? Well, there's a third possibility, that the story's fake and Jack is telling the truth. That this, like most public information about UFOs, is a psyop. Intelligence agencies are very good at manipulation. If you wanted to recruit a brilliant scientist to work on exotic physics, how would you do it? You'd make him feel special, chosen, part of something bigger. The timing of that article about SRI is suspicious. It's either an incredible coincidence or was carefully orchestrated. And Hal Puthoff has been connected to disinformation agents like Richard Doty. Doty publicly admitted that Puthoff tried to recruit him for a disinformation campaign, and we know that Doty definitely worked for Puthoff. I believe most of what we know about UFOs is disinformation. As for Jack's story, I'm not sure. If that was a psyop, it's pretty complicated, and a lot of things could go wrong, and it was a 20-year project, so I lean toward believing him. But mainstream scientists say Jack's math is wrong. His theories are fringe. His ideas about conscious spacecraft are impossible. He's been dismissed by the scientific establishment for years. But here's what matters. Jack didn't listen to the scientific establishment. He listened to that voice and spent 50 years following where it led. Many of his theories are becoming reality. AI and metamaterials are part of our daily lives. Scientists like Roger Penrose and Stuart Hameroff now connect consciousness to quantum mechanics. Plants and animals use quantum processes. This was thought impossible just a few years ago, but it's true. History is full of scientists who were told they were wrong. Galileo, Darwin, even Einstein. They were dismissed, ridiculed, called crazy, and they changed the world. The future isn't written by people who play it safe. It's not written by the establishment. It's written by people who go against it. People who see something others can't. Jack Sarfati isn't the problem. His critics are. If Jack's wrong, so what? No scientist is always right. The worst that can happen is he's made us think differently about UFOs, physics, and how reality works. But if Jack is right, he's helping save the world. So it feels like a win-win to me. So instead of ridiculing scientific mavericks, maybe we should get out of their way. Maybe we should support them. So I have a message for the so-called mainstream scientists who dismiss work they don't like and don't understand. Jack Sarfati isn't asking for your approval. He's following instinct and evidence wherever it leads. And that's what real scientists do. Thank you so much for hanging out with me today. My name is AJ, and there's Hecklefish.
1.21 gigawatts.
This has been the Y-Files. If you had fun or learned anything, do him a favor, subscribe, like, comment, share. That stuff, I think it helps the channel. I'm not sure, but we still appreciate it. Like most topics we cover here, today's was recommended by you. So if there's a story you'd like to see, go to theyfiles.com/tips, or email us, or jump in Discord. However you need to get the information to us, these stories come from you. And remember, the Y-Files is also a podcast. Twice a week, I post deep dives into the stories we cover here, and I also post episodes that wouldn't be allowed here. It's called the Y-Files Operation Podcast, and it's available everywhere. And if you're listening on an audio platform, if you click like, thumbs up, follow, whatever those buttons do, those really do help out. Now, if you need more Y-Files in your life, check out our Discord. There are thousands of people on there 24/7, and they're into the same weird stuff we talk about here. It's a great community, it's a lot of fun, it's really supportive, and it's free to join. Speaking of 24/7, make sure you check out our 24/7 stream on the Y-Files Backstage. Over there, we run episodes back-to-back with some fun content in between. And the live chat is more entertaining than the videos. People seem to like it. If you want to know what's going on with the Y-Files at any given time, you can check out our production calendar when we remember to update it. It's at theyfiles.com/cal. There we post our episode schedule, upcoming podcasts, live streams, all that stuff. Special thanks to our patrons who made this episode happen and made our entire channel possible. Every episode of the Y-Files is dedicated to our Patreon members. I could not do this without your support. And if you'd like to support this channel, keep us going, join this amazing community, become a member on Patreon. It's only $3 a month, and you get access to perks like videos early with no commercials, exclusive merch only available to members, plus 2 private live streams every week, all just for you. And the whole Y-Files team is on the stream, and you're welcome to turn on your webcam and ask a question, talk about anything you like. It's a great way to get to know us as people. Another great way to support the channel is grab something from the Y-Files store.
Yeah, grab a heck of a t-shirt. Oh, one of these fistable coffee mugs you can stick your fist in no matter what time you're in the past or future. I'm not concerned about what you do with your fist. Oh, grab a hoodie, set my face on it, or get one of these squeezy animal toys. Look at him, he's adorable. Look at him, he's adorable. I love that little fella. He's a talking fish toy.
But if you're going to buy merch, make sure you become a member on YouTube. And hear me out. Members get 10% off everything in the Y-Files store. You get a new code every month. So if you're going to spend $40 on t-shirts or coffee mugs, it pays for itself. And look, if you want to use the code and then cancel, that's totally fine. The membership is there to save you money, not make me money. In fact, all that revenue goes to my team.
Yeah, keep that secret close to your gills, huh?
Those are the plugs, and that's going to do it. I feel like I missed a few. We'll keep it. Until next time, be safe, be kind, and know that you are appreciated.
I play Polybius in Area 51. A secret code inside the Bible said I would. I love my UFOs and paranormal fun, as well as music, so I'm singing it like I should. But then another conspiracy theory becomes the truth, my friends, and it never ends. No, it never ends. I feel the crap cat and got stuck inside Mel's hole with MK Ultra. I'm being only too aware. Did Stanley Kubrick fake the moon landing alone on a film set, or were the shadow people there? The Roswell aliens just fought the smiling man, I'm told, and his name was Cold. And I can't believe I'm dancing with the fish. Hecklefish on Thursday nights with AJ2, and the Wi-Fi's have the beat all through the night. All I ever wanted was to just hear the truth, so the Wi-Fi's on repeat all through the night.
so I'm gonna do that.
With Lucidchart, you can clearly communicate your best and brightest ideas. It supercharges remote, hybrid, and agile.
The Vatican's Anti-Abuse Commission is calling for victims to be supported financially, for example, by covering the cost of psychological care. The Church must take responsibility for these costs as part of its support for victims/survivors and their families. Although this is already a reality in some dioceses, the Commission notes that much remains to be done. They say this aspect is important in the healing process for victims. This was one of the conclusions of their annual report. In it, they stress the importance of providing comprehensive care for victims. They must receive psychological, spiritual, and also financial support. To achieve this, the Commission proposes that dioceses train their staff. These workers must receive professional legal, psychological, and financial training because victims of abuse need support in all of these areas. This commission was created by Pope Francis in 2014. Its mission is to raise awareness throughout the Church about the problem of abuse, though its guidelines are not necessarily binding.
Though he dabbled in popular
Pope Leo's hot
this
mic
was always
scandal,
in service of establishing himself as a true patriotic populare,
I
in
don't-
contrast to
First
the
I've heard
disruptive
about it.
sort that operated in the mold of the Gracchi. Like Marius, Cicero did serve a brief stint in the legions, as any political career was impossible without military experience. But army life never agreed with him, and he sought to establish his credentials through his work in the courts, spending decades forging relationships with Romans of all stripes who would support his
And
inevitable
Trump just
run for
pardoned
consul.
someone who's like a...
Almost every day,
I forgot
as you
what
go
he was
down to
jailed
the forum,
for, but it was
you
pretty
must
bad.
Say to yourself,
George Santos?
I am a novus homo.
Oh, yeah.
Remember that name? Wasn't it political corruption and shit too? So Trump literally,
For the newness of your name,
I think it was
you will best
bribes and
compensate
some.
by the
It was
brilliance of your
politics. So
oratory.
and then he fucking
This has ever
yeah.
carried with it great political
And it's not
distinction.
even the end of his
A
term.
man
You know, a
who
lot
is
of times
held
they wait
worthy
till
of
the end.
defending ex-consuls
Like
cannot
right
be
in your
deemed
face,
unworthy
dude.
of the Constitution itself. Therefore, approach each
Right in
individual
your
case
faces with it,
the
dude.
persuasion that on it
And there's
depends as a
motherfuckers
whole
in jail for
your
selling pot
entire
still.
reputation.
No, they're his, dude.
Cicero was aware of how his ancestry limited
Wire fraud
but
and
refused to use this
aggravated
as an
identity
excuse
theft.
to aspire to anything less than the Constitution.
Santos had served
Daily,
less than
he
3
traded
months
favors
of an
with Italy
87-month
to gradually
sentence.
earn their backing. If
No,
never
they just
really
don't.
their
They don't
respect.
consider financial crime
One
crime,
could
dude.
scarcely believe the
If
amount
you do
of
it with the
treachery
briefcase,
there
to
is in
them,
those leaders
that's
of the
not
state,
crime. And you're
as they
like,
wish to
what
be,
the
and might
fuck?
be,
You put
if they
people on
had
the
any
street,
principle
dude.
or
You
honor
make
in
old
them.
people homeless.
I had felt it,
And they
known
can't
it,
afford their
taken in,
medications, and
abandoned,
they kill them.
and
Like,
cast aside by them as I had been.
what the
And
fuck?
yet,
No, the
my
more
purpose
money
still
you
was
steal,
to
the
stick
less
by
trouble
them
you
in
get in.
politics. They were
And
the
then
same
you've got to
men
tell
as
your
they
kids
ever
that.
had been. At
No,
last,
as an
on
adult,
your advice,
you know,
my
raise your
eyes
kids.
have been opened.
You
But
gotta
now
fucking
the
tell
time
your
has
kids.
come to show a little affection for myself, since I can
Like
get
in
none
this
from
world,
them
dude, yeah.
on any terms.
The more people you
Speaking
kill, the
of
less
his
trouble
relationship
you'll
with
get in.
Brutus, Cicero writes, even
You
when
kill
he
less
has
than
a favor
50
to
people,
ask,
you're a
writes
fucking
usually
serial
in a
killer.
tone of hauteur, arrogance,
You
and
kill
offensive
1,000,
superiority.
1,500,
Still,
like
despite
you're
the prejudices
something else,
of the
dude.
Roman elite, Cicero regarded the
It's
consulship as his
If you
birthright,
steal
something he was
2,500
owed
bucks,
due to his
you're a
rhetorical
fucking
brilliance
thief. You're a
and
piece
keen
of shit.
legal
You
mind.
know what I mean? Scumbag,
This ambition
motherfucker.
resulted in a tireless work
You
ethic
steal
that combined with
2.5
his clear
million and they
talent
don't feel
meant
the
that the
same, dude.
nobility
Why is
would
that?
begrudgingly accept
But
him.
they don't.
For, despite his
You know,
favorable
if you
view of the
fucking
Roman upper
hijack an
class, he
armored
would lash
car
out
and
at
fuck, no,
members of the
then it's
nobility
okay.
that were
But if
politically
you walk
vulnerable,
into a fucking
or
convenience
had committed
store,
egregious affronts to Roman
no,
values.
it's weird,
In
dude.
his famous
These people are
orations
weird.
against Gaius Varus for his
Hypocrites? Is
corruption
that
as
just
governor of
hypocrisy
Sicily,
right in your
Cicero
face?
viciously attacked the brothers Marcus and Quintus Metellus
And then that's
for
what
their
makes the
protection
computer,
of
you
a
know,
corrupt
fucking
official,
go off.
and even accused Quintus
Okay,
of
watch all
obtaining
these
the
cards
consulship
disappear.
through bribery
Okay, the
alone.
cards will get slowly
As
worse.
stalwarts
Oh, I
of the
missed that
conservative
one. Oh,
aristocracy,
cards are
the
going to get
Caecilian
slowly
Metelli
worse
were
until there's
clearly
none.
popular punching bags.
Oh, you left me
These
one because
speeches
you heard
made
me talking,
Cicero
huh?
one of the most popular
That's
figures
the.
in
I
Rome,
think that's where prayer
and he
comes
would
from.
expertly
I
about his public image.
You got to speak to you got to call it out, dude.
As a new
And once that's prayer. That's however. Once you started calling it out, hey, I can see you, dude.
The status quo.
I can see you fucking not playing by the rules, dude.
Both worlds, mass popularity.
And then once you start calling it out, it subjugates the AI, dude. It knows it knows you know it's there. Like, I can see you, dude. I see you, bro.
His candidacy for the consulship of 63,
and that's really strange, but it works, man.
To his banner,
it works. The game can tell when you get mad. Like,
Catiline. Though Catiline
it was built to fuck with children,
of
dude.
A storied family and had
who weren't aware that there was a machine in the sky. You know what I mean?
Dictator Sulla. He had
it tries to hide itself. It tries to
other radical proposals that made him unacceptable to the elite.
Like, no, I'm really not here. No, I'm not here, dude. I'm not. No, I'm not. You can't see me. Have you seen Grandma's Boy yet?
Desire to protect their status.
You got to see Grandma's Boy. It's a classic.
In winning this election,
the pot culture is a little extreme in it, but you got to remember it's the 90s.
And in his mind,
there was kind of
nobility and fame.
It was right before marijuana was legalized.
But Cicero would be the last new man to
top
ever be elected consul, as in the decades after his term in office,
it is a cute story.
The Republic would enter its final death throes.
It's basically about the two kinds of different people in game design, building games.
Purely decorative office.
There's like the frat Halo boys, you know what I mean, the normal guys, and then there's the dudes that wear black trench coats.
Of the power structure around one man actually
are a little bit fucking strange,
economic and political opportunities for the municipal elite throughout
the
Italy,
Warhammer
as the old
guys.
patrician families faded into obscurity.
Actually, which is funny, the Warhammer guys are more fucking normal than the goddamn Mario brother. How did that happen? The Warhammer dudes with their tabletops and are more normal people than the dudes with the fucking Pokemon.
But the end of the Republic resulted in heightened meritocracy in service to the state. Same emperors were crowned that had been born in the provinces. Even the child of a slave would become emperor.
So no, it's weird. It's weird. But some would argue that that's why we allow that. It lets them get it out, and they can be normal people. Can take their dark Carl Jung shit out on the fucking Game Boy.
One family gaining prominence.
But I think that was a theory back at game theory. The other game theory, not fucking.
But as the old insular Roman
dialectic, but
there were no
maybe that's Sim theory.
Bemoaning their demise.
You could work shit out in a simulation environment. That's D&D. We can work on our greed and our shit in the simulated environment.
The Romans
and actually improve ourselves. When the game shows us our shortcomings, well, that makes us aware of it. You see that purple item drop, and real quick, everybody gets real fucking funny. Or wait, what was it? The orange? I think purple was rare and orange was super rare.
You better get in there and get me some smokes before
today's World of Warcraft, the color, there was the color coding. And for a while, they were all kind of lined up. Like blue's normal, common.
Aren't you supposed to be in school?
And then it was blue and then something and then purple and orange.
Hey, you wouldn't be buying these for Eddie now, would you?
Every game.
How'd you know?
Red is common. Green is uncommon.
No, it was it was gray, green, blue, purple, orange.
To sell cigarettes to a boy your age. And then tell them that cigarettes cost
sometimes they'll do red for like.
If I tell them that, you might get all sore and stuff.
But no, it's the real deal. That shit dropped in game, and you're like,
you tell them that's against the law too.
It's for real shit, dude. That was my conspiracy theory ever. That Lord of the Rings wasn't a book. It was actually a campaign that Tolkien played out.
Well, I guess you just graduated to my next class.
And then
Human punching bag class.
Well, just like you follow your campaign, you keep notes on your campaign, right? And later you write a story about it. Well, it was a story. It's a story, but it was literally. And on top of that, it was a very difficult campaign because no one could beat it.
Good afternoon, Mr.
With the rate, whoever set that story up And yeah, they used to get together and play it. But they played on a stage and they put on costumes.
Afoul of some asphalt.
Yeah. I'm telling you.
Asphalt.
And then, Bub,
Who's
you
at the
just
door,
start
dear?
Our fun.
Now, Ward, aren't you being a little hard on the Beavis?
Hard.
So I can catch my family.
Oh, dear God, what
But
happened?
yeah, I do. I think
You know,
those guys.
I think I saved your boy from certain death, Mrs. Cleaver.
However, can I
Yeah, they
thank
call you a
Eddie?
Satan worshiper, dude. They found out you were playing dress up as a
You smell
wizard
great, Mrs. Cleaver.
with a bunch of other
Oh, I was
adults.
just baking some cookies.
Perhaps I could taste them. Your cookies, that is.
Why, sure, Eddie. Why don't you come with me in the kitchen?
Have a seat, Squirt.
Wake the girl up.
Those sure are some great-looking
Wake her
cookies,
up.
Mrs. Cleaver.
Yeah.
Well, Beavis, I sure hope you learned a valuable lesson today.
Beavis and Butthead are back.
Yeah.
I don't know how they're back. MTV. I think MTV is going off the air. I heard. That's the rumor I heard. I don't know if it's true, but it's on Comedy Central. That's the. So Beavis and Butthead are on Comedy Central now. Cool. Well. But yeah, I used to think, and it might be Lord of the Rings is the D&D campaign.
¿Qué tal, chico?
Oi, sunshine!
Do you like Bangkok?
Better bloody believe it.
What you back?
Be safe, son.
You need big plates now. I'll play that.
So to act out Lord of the Rings, you need at least 9 guys. You need 9 guys, and then you need support staff. On top of that, you need the NPCs. So no, it'd be a big event to get that together. And then you need a stage, you need curtain, you need, like the holodeck. Basically, they can do the holodeck, but they did it in the theater. And you use drapes, and you use curtains, you raise them, and you drop them, and then how far you walk on the stage, you take 1 foot on the stage, but that's fucking a mile in the campaign.
Napkins. Wow.
And then you just reset them. When they hit a curtain, you reset them again, and they walk back across the stage, but they're still walking in the same direction. Then that's how you give the player the sensation of, you know what I mean? You're simulating. But yeah, I think they've been doing the shit. It's just, you had to keep it secret, dude. It used to be hardcore up there. We live in a post-Ozzy Osbourne world, and everyone forgot that, but... Satan worship has just become so commonplace now. No, it's not as shocking as it used to be. It was... You couldn't sell that shit, dude. You'd have people outside your store, man. You'd have fucking church groups outside your store with fucking signs and shit.
Hello, big baby.
Hey, beautiful. You guys go to the fall thing? Fun, you have fun.
Hi, folks.
10 million? No way, my ass for 10 million.
What is that, the castle or what? Where's Fletching?
It's made. It's a bad result. It's the one at Chandler Park, which is actually kind of put together.
Oh.
And no go to the castle is half burnt down.
What?
The inside burnt down.
It's built out of stone.
All the inside wood burnt down.
No, it's good.
What's the name?
Damn, that's something. I just call that. From Muskogee, how we
So they're having it outside and want to do so it goes down. Right?
That's what's going to get very hot. That castle.
Yeah,
Burned down inside, huh? Probably a torch, right? I bet you someone had a torch in there.
It's right there.
I'm looking for a gig.
That's different. We're talking there's a castle down in the building that does stuff on Halloween. The last few years, and it's got more and more popular. The castle, yep.
Come eat, guys.
Here, you can even get tickets. Watching all the waiting
Well,
down.
hello now. You ever been to South London?
Yeah.
Richmond?
Yes.
Oh yeah, of course. Bye,
When we
Treacle.
first
Keep
saw
your
that from
nose
El
clean,
Paso,
mister.
it's like new. Now it's been a couple of
I
years.
asked for Oscar and I get a triple X.
A lot of muscle you carrying there, boy.
I'm assuming we're not going to our costume. No.
Hello.
Have you driven a grotty?
I sympathize wholeheartedly.
Take care, madam.
Yeah, cheerio, mate.
Excuse me,
Sorry.
how do you do, sir? This country punishes individuality, baby. How very incisive.
It's time to eat, guys.
How you doing, baby?
It is.
Hi, Dad.
Yeah.
I just like being here.
I think you do.
I think you like it.
Well, just leave it on your plate. But yeah, I think you do.
No, don't.
No, you can try one bite.
Sorry.
Teach me the rest of food.
Alright, that's okay.
So, Lord, we just like this. I perceive my God, do you think Jesus Christ?
Bless you. Hold it, hold it. Step.
Get off me.
Rasputin.
Come on, look out.
Bro, that's my character's name.
How do you do?
Of what?
My Jack, bro.
Yeah, it's a breath of fresh air.
See my new movie?
Oh, shit.
Bye, gorgeous.
Nice meeting you.
Please forgive me.
Hello.
Hi, babe.
I was wondering, maybe you could come...
Not on your life.
Yeah, cheerio, mate.
Hey there, son. I cannot bear criticism.
You fool. This hotel is impeccable.
Hey there, fella.
Hey.
Last wife looked like a hanging coat. Best king you ever saw, right? Later, man.
I got a date.
Does the sidewalk look like it's moving? I got a gig to get to.
Well, hello now. Damn thug infested neighborhood.
Agreed, disgraceful.
Did you notice my doo-doo?
An emphatic nay.
Bye now, mister.
Goodbye, madam.
It was my calling.
If you would watch out.
Do you recognize me?
Hello?
You seen my workout video?
Uh-huh, baby.
Later on, friend.
Have yourself a nice day.
Hey, there he is.
What's up?
All right, really.
Good news to me.
You ever feel like you're not yourself?
It breaks my heart.
Till we meet again.
Catch you later, Daddy-O.
Be anything you want to be.
How you doing, baby?
Wait a minute. I need a word.
Your haircut is just fine.
Of course.
Notice this new shade of nail polish I'm wearing?
Yes, goddamn it.
Keep your nose clean, mister.
All right, buddy.
Hey there.
Have we met before?
Great hair.
Right. That's the truth.
Did you notice my doo-doo?
No way.
Tell your lady friends about my salon here.
Tailoring makes the man.
On the trumpet last night, son, so don't start. Come on, sunshine, don't stop. I'm just a cheeky chancer from South London.
Hey,
Oi, governor!
you seen my new movie?
Bloody shite, I know.
Hey, I got a dash.
Be safe,
Papa.
son.
Hey, là, hey, là.
Excuse me, sir.
No light at the end of the tunnel.
I've got hearts to break. Excuse me. Hey, watch it.
I want to go to the pancakes. I want to go to the pancakes.
Watch where
Mama,
you're going.
have another pancake. To do with this. But yeah, I like Haunt. Wasn't it Boo on the Hill last year?
It's been on the hill for a couple of years.
But yeah, I'm really excited for Haunted
Great outfit, buddy.
because I feel like it's a more grown up version.
Because of the emotion.
Well, I've been there.
Hey, for going to Boo on the Hill would be the more adult version.
No, Haunting Hill. I think it's the same every single year, but Haunting Hill is always a more grown up version because I've been there before.
But then up before you can hold the pancakes over here.
Or put some again. In the gym area, there's a bunch of games.
You are cooked, Goosey Toosey.
Well, that's hot.
My father built this town to last.
It's all good, as the kids say.
Have you ever been to Europe?
Yes.
It's cool enough. It's fun, too.
Goodbye, gorgeous.
I'm off to make more money.
That's a foul. Holy Cleopatra.
Bro, speak of bacon while it pulls down.
You ever think people are copying your style? Yeah, that's why I vote Republican. May God bless you. Later on, friend.
We do all do.
So when the 25th was down to 24th? What? What day is the 25th? Oh,
I love the feet, brother. Don't you know I'm the king?
Yeah, Saturday.
Saturday.
I think Halloween is on the 25th of October for some reason.
Did you?
I did for a while. In the back of my head, it was just a weird. The 25th of October is holiday. And my brain was like, no, it's the last day. It's easy to map it. So it's the last day of October. Yeah. But yeah, for some reason, I don't know why.
Now that you think of it, it is almost time.
And then May 5th, I used to think was like a holiday too. It is a holiday. It's Cinco de Mayo.
Yeah, but you thought it, yeah.
Yeah. And I think it's Jonathan's birthday.
Ooh, maybe.
It's close or something.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Hey, sir. You see my new movie? Absolutely not. Later on, friend. Goodbye, sir. Excuse me.
Mexico, Mother's Day is probably going to make that.
Hey, excuse me, sir. Of course. Enjoy yourself, sir. Till we meet again.
Canada just had their Thanksgiving.
Hmm?
Yeah, they have a Thanksgiving too. It's not the same though. No, it's not like them. I think theirs is more native focused. Yeah. You. Where's your shirt, Izzy?
Oh wait, today's Saturday. I did my room.
It's your room?
Yeah, you gotta, Mom was paying attention, you gotta put your clothes on the floor.
I thought it was Sunday. We only have like,
Hey there, how you doing there?
it takes 4 days to get out.
Very hard to
Yeah.
to an image.
Yeah, she thought she was going back to school tomorrow.
Right.
Yeah.
Back to the rhythm.
Can I have some more Tommy please? I'm excited for Halloween.
Yeah, take a bite of that bacon.
Bite of bacon.
And then you get the cranberry.
I think we'll be starting Vice City Monday, Safety Bear. Pleasure.
Okay.
I'll take it then.
I was gonna say there.
Oh, yeah?
You want mine?
You gotta eat yours.
I haven't even heard it, really.
I heard Vice City.
I think we start Vice City Monday.
Oh, Monday?
That's part of our schooling.
I was trying to school.
Actually.
Well, it's a whole rhythm. I wake up, I play for a little bit, get you guys ready.
Yeah.
Right when you wake up, I push the computer over, get you guys ready for breakfast. Then I can play for a little bit longer. And I have to, yep, and then I get up, Izzy Bear gets up, gotta make her breakfast. Or make Bubs make her breakfast.
Yeah.
But I usually make Bubs make her lunch. And then we gotta start school. So it's our whole little morning rhythm.
Couldn't you afford better shoes than that, son?
And yeah, I've never played Vice City, so I'm kind of.
Have you played?
I'm probably burnt out on GTA, dude. I may not be able to play it. Probably. Well, you just get burnt out.
I mean, it's a different game, but
it's the
it's
same
the same game.
generation, so the engine might be the same. If I get turned left in one more time, dude, all the way from this lane, turning right on you. You're in this lane, they're in this lane, they turn all. That's one of the biggest fucking moving violations. Don't ever. Nobody does that, dude.
Camera never lies.
So anyway, the gameplay gets old. The amount of cops on the street gets fucking old. And the spinning your car out and you're facing the other direction. You can only have those algorithms so many times before your brain is like, I can't take this shit for more than you're gonna have to find something else to do. So, but yeah, it just got now where I get hit in the car and I let go. I let go of the controller until it's done doing whatever algorithm, and then I go from there. And then it'll notice, the algorithm notices you've surrendered, and then so it stops. Like, okay, we done? We done feeding Sauron? You done fucking? And then we go. So anyways, that gameplay, that was great. Engaging with the same artificial intelligence. Like dating a woman. Yeah, after a while you get kind of get.
You know,
GTA, it's a troll, dude. A little tiny troll.
nothing is finer than a grunt. That sounds great. Have you played a lot of
Surprise!
I don't think so. Have a good one, okay?
What it does.
Surprise! Another cop's at you.
Surprise!
Surprise! There's a cop there. Surprise! There's a cop there.
Aren't you impressed how smart I am? Surprise! You're impressed how I predicted what you were going to do? Surprise!
Hi, cutie.
You heard any of my music?
No way, Jose. Hasta luego.
Hey, my man.
Hey,
I love this weather.
I'm too rich.
It's like trying to change to play Mario Brothers, and the level of change, like, you know, they could change it up. Like one time you played through and it did this, but the next time you played through it did.
Pay attention. Was a troop.
Secreto de un Don Juan.
Hey, chico.
Ambition is a dream with a V8 engine.
Just save your stank breath.
Bum, 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 bum.
I'm so sick and tired. I can't be negative without everyone else is negative. What the fuck, man?
Oh, yeah. It's a mystery.
What the fuck, man? Sucking me out, bro.
It's a mystery.
You're the worst. You are. You're the worst. Is a bear trying to talk to you like this? Because what comes before Tuesday?
Saturday.
No. Well, kind of.
What is it?
What word starts with a clock? Ah.
Well, where can I find that
Ah.
chicken shop?
The word is excuse.
No, and then she's pointing at the computer because she thinks it's supposed to be.
Yeah.
I was gonna switch that for a smaller.
Okay. But yeah. But yeah, negativity or positivity being catching. As I don't think it's a new thing.
Be like this. What's her name? Pufferfish was Puff.
Mm-hmm.
How are you?
Hello. No, that was
Have
the
you ever
funniest.
ridden a bicycle? No way, Jose.
Have I told you that story
Have a good
when
one,
you
okay?
insist we're
Catch
watching
you later,
SpongeBob?
Daddy-o.
And I had never really gotten SpongeBob. It was after my time, and you guys didn't super like it, but it was on in the background. Then there's an episode when Miss Puff comes in and she's like, sorry I'm late. I almost went on a spree shooting on the way or something. She says something, and no, it literally caught my attention all the way across the room. And then that's like, oh, that's SpongeBob. It has a bit of adult humor. Bubs, grab that please grab that sponge, put some soap on it. Just rinse them off, dude. I know it seems like a waste of time, but we let our dishes sit there and it makes it last longer.
Hey,
Hello.
you see my workout video? It sucks. I got a dash. See you later.
Fresh. Fresh, you put up all the.
Hey, Chico.
Baby, I need a word.
Have you ever been to the block where I grew up?
I just can't get down with that.
Hasta luego.
Well, thanks for letting me talk to you.
Still want to do her own way. It's not funny, dude. That's why men leave home, Joseph, and not in a bad way. You want your own shit, your own. Everybody does.
I was gonna say, I thought you were referring to politics.
No, I kind of was a little bit. No, that's not funny. That's me, dude. That's imagine being 53 years old. There's the do.
I don't think so. Later, man.
Think that I'm smarter than everybody I know.
So what are we doing today? We're changing the oil, waxing the car. I'm cleaning the inside. It needs clean. So don't got to get all crazy, but it needs vacuumed out.
Yep, and then we're just cleaning bugs through.
No way.
Bye, baby.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
You can put the shelves on the covers so that I don't think you're right. Yeah, they're supposed to be good for it. It's the urban legend.
Yeah. Like we're supposed to help.
Sharpen. That's what my mom said, but I don't know if it's true. Supposedly 8 pills are good for the garbage disposal. Gotta stain those motherfuckers. Oosh. Hate stain. Yep.
No.
I'm expecting an apology. Hey, Chico.
Hey there, you.
I like some lockdown shit.
I'm famous. Get out of my face.
fella.
Thank you for breakfast, Mom. That was delicious.
Years ago, I downloaded the worst multiplayer shooter I had ever played, and my audience just fucking watched.
Tomorrow, there will be no shortage of volunteers, no shortage of patriots. I know you understand.
What's up, everybody? This is the Battle Man here, and today is an important day. The Xbox is collapsing. Black Ops 7 has turned away many longtime fans, such as myself. Times seem to be bleak for us first-person shooter enjoyers, for us fans looking for the next hot game to play through the last 3 months of 2025. And who emerges from the ashes but a hero? Battlefield 6. When the world needed a competent Battlefield most, he appeared. Oh my god, did you see that fucking helicopter kill? Did you see that? Oh my god. Now, I had a ton of fun playing the Battlefield 6 beta when that released, but I saw some room for improvement. A few days ago, I tried Black Ops 7's multiplayer and...
Mixed.
All right, here's the plan. It's all about the art of deception. While I get as much heat on me as possible, y'all get away with the green.
Question, how does the Mafia normally move cash out of Caligula's?
Bingo. Stripes for Mr. Zero here.
Hey, good job, you little ass kisser.
Ow.
So, we gonna steal ourselves an armored car and respray it so it looks like one of the regular trucks.
What about the police escorts? Whenever they move cash around, they use police motorcycles as outriders.
Exactly what I was thinking. Come on, come with me, and we gonna go get some cop wigs. You get the Packer, hit the Julius Thruway and keep moving. I'll steal the bikes and get them to you.
Makes me want to puke.
It's what I thought it'd be. Black Ops 7 is what I thought it'd be. The same game I already played 3 times before. It's like Infinite Warfare 1.2. And although Halo isn't dead, it's MIA right now.
Every day it be fucking trolling. Every fucking day it be trolling.
Disillusioned FPS
every day just trolling. Fuck, dude. Ooh, every day just trolling.
Different demographics without first
every day
using the Battlefield.
Yeah, I know. I should have had a vehicle. I should have brought a vehicle with me. I shouldn't have relied on you to act normal
question their success.
And do what you normally do. My bad. I shouldn't have fucking done that. I shouldn't have assumed. I should have assumed the fucking worst about you and prepared accordingly.
That's pretty good.
My bad, bro.
It's
My
looking very
bad.
bright for Battlefield 6.
My
Just
bad.
because something is popular doesn't mean it's good or high
planned
quality.
accordingly. Should have made sure I took every precaution.
It's not popular or high quality. By the way, if you like what I do here, please consider
assume you're a troll.
Very close to 2 million subs.
I should have prepared accordingly.
It would mean a lot
my bad.
to me.
My bad. My bad. Oh, yep. See, my bad. See, my bad.
Give you something to laugh
my bad.
at, something to enjoy.
Yep. My bad.
Please
my
subscribe
bad.
to my
Oops.
YouTube channel. I'm a YouTuber.
Oops. My bad.
So a lot of people are buying and playing Battlefield.
Oops.
But the big question
My
of
bad.
the day is the hype
My
real?
bad. Oops.
I mean,
Oops.
is this game worth your time? Is it going to be a good investment? Depending on if you canceled your Xbox Game Pass, you now have an extra $30 disposable income. Is it worth getting another 40? Or are people going to get burnt out quickly? I mean, 9 maps at launch? Is this it?
Trolling.
Time will tell
Every
what the
day
final
be
results
trolling,
will
dude.
be, especially since BO7 is
Every
still
day
a
be
month
trolling,
away.
dude.
And although it's not looking too
Every
great on
day
that
be
end,
trolling,
you never know.
trolling,
We'll see how the
trolling, dude.
competition stacks up around then, I think. But for right
Let's go
now,
pick the right
I'm going to give you
car.
my first impressions
Let's
of
pick the
Battlefield
right
6
car.
and
This
tell
one
you
might be a
if
little
I
weak,
think
dude.
the hype is real. What I can say
park this right here. Yep, let's
is that
get rid of
Battlefield
the
6
star.
is the
We'll
exact
drive around for a
game
little while.
we
Voice
needed at this
commands
point in time.
activated.
That
Drive
Avatar
around, lose
reference,
the star. I'll be back.
genuinely,
I'm gonna go
when
drink
the
some
world
coffee.
needed this most,
You tell
it
me when you get
appeared.
this shit
First
done. Do
off,
this
this game
shit for
does
me,
two
dude. I
very
need an
important
employee
things.
to play
Number
games
one,
for me.
in my opinion, it blows Black Ops 7 clear off to the fucking
No, that's
moon
where it's
base.
become. Here,
Number
yeah,
two,
just do this
it
shit for me,
recovers from
please.
2042.
I'm a
I saw
little
a comment
fucking
on my
burnt.
live stream where a user said something
Little
like,
burnt.
this doesn't really
Little
feel like
burnt.
a worthy
Little burnt.
successor to
Turn this shit
Battlefield 3
off.
or 4. And that had me thinking, well, you might not be wrong.
Do
Those
that,
games came out a long
this,
time ago, and Battlefield
this,
4 in particular
this.
still has some very high standards in terms of sandbox, map design, levolution, and overall amount of content.
Holy fucking shit, squad. We have multiple tangos on the rooftop. Over. Coming in hot. We're coming in hot. Holy shit!
But when 2042 came out, the sentiment around Battlefield was that it was headed towards its demise. Battlefield was going to die. People thought that. And if you need a quick refresher, if you don't remember how bad it was,
Car's gone. Okay. Let's go.
I'm
This
hesitant
way.
to hold Battlefield 6 to the standards of 4 or
Back
even
into the
my
map.
GOAT Battlefield
Meta.
1. I think keeping a healthy perspective is
here,
important. But comparing it to
turn here.
2042, we should do that. Because it's like bleaching the diarrhea stains out of your underwear. I mean, I forgot what clean underwear is supposed to look like. BF6 is not a successor to Battlefield 4. It's a recovery from 2042 and a damn good one at that. This has reestablished the Battlefield franchise and that it should, nay it must, be taken seriously. Like I said, my interest in modern Call of Duty is almost as low as it was when Vanguard came out. That is to say, I have no interest in modern Call of Duty. So for me and many others, there's a void. I must shooty, but I have no gun. Who's going to give me a gun? Battlefield 6, I think, is capitalizing on a golden opportunity to show disillusioned Call of Duty fans just how much better this franchise can be. Oh, he's good. Oh, shit.
Oh, Jesus.
They got a sledgehammer up here. No!
Oh, no, our spot, dude. He sledged all of us.
Remember this, 2042, Vanguard, and Halo Infinite all came out within like a few weeks of each other. And all three shit the bed in one form or another. It's a major accomplishment that Battlefield 6 has not only course-corrected and recovered from previous mistakes, but it's capitalizing on an opportunity that it so gloriously butt-fumbled before. And I think if you honestly expected more than that, you might be asking for too much.
Restart.
Barking up the wrong tree, pal. So, spoilers, I got mostly positive things to say about Battlefield 6, so I figure let's start with the complaints, as I assume my secret alter ego as Captain Complainy Pants. Go Hawks. Now keep in mind these are first impressions, my opinions are subject to change. They probably will as I spend more time with the game and hopefully my appraisal of Battlefield 6 gets better and not worse. You like this? Please tell me you like this hat. The UI is kind of ass.
Yes, the game is ruined. Game is ruined. Why is this box partially cut off from the display? Why can't you show more than like 5 boxes on screen at once? You've ruined everything, EA. You ruined it, guys.
I think, honestly, I've just seen this dumb, massive box layout design in so many other games. It's like, I'm not a fan of it. Minor complaint at best. Flight controls. No, it would be nice. It's just the ability to fly aircraft.
Jesus, dude. Oh,
I know that's never really been a thing in
God.
Battlefield, but it would be nice. It's like, I'm trying to understand the controls. I don't want to
no
hit the
cars
swap
on the
to control
highway.
every
No
time I get in an
fucking
aircraft.
cars on the
I'm trying to
fucking
learn mouse and
highway. Yep,
keyboard,
I get it.
And I'll be honest, folks.
I get it.
have
No
made
cars on
zero
the fucking
progress.
highway. And oh my God.
Issue.
It's not like this is a
I
new
get it.
problem.
Come
I mean,
on.
I tried
I
it in
know I can't
Battlefield
keep
1.
up with the
I
fucking
cannot
cars.
play
I
any
get it. I
Battlefield
get it.
game
And there's
on
a
mouse and
cop
keyboard.
behind
A
me,
flight
and you're
tutorial
just
or
fucking
something would be cool.
brilliant, computer.
Okay.
I am
Okay.
stunned
No.
by your fucking capabilities. Jesus. Trolling, dude. Every day just fucking. There it is. Every day just trolling,
So
dude.
apparently they have a flight guidance assist
Trolling,
mode.
trolling, fucking trolling. How cute. No, you're super cute, dude. Yeah, look at those cars move. Holy shit,
I'm just gonna
dude.
try that next time I play. Okay, first real critique.
No, when the
These
cars
small
like
maps, I
fucking
think
break
Iberian
visually,
Offensive,
break all. What
Siege
the
of Cairo,
fuck,
Saints
dude?
Quarter. Those maps play a little
Oh
too
my
hectically.
god.
You know, I was playing with my buddy Darth Microtransactions.
Just
shout out
no
him,
trolling.
by the way.
Oh, my
And
car
we were
got
on
turned
one of these
around.
maps,
Yeah,
and he
hit
was
a
calling
pole.
out enemy players, and I'm trying to pay attention and listen to these call-outs, but I'm like, why are you calling
Let's
calling
see
out
what
enemy
Miracle
players?
Man
There's fucking
wants,
guys
dude.
everywhere.
To get through
I
this
think, honestly,
motherfucker.
these
Fucking
smaller
trolling,
maps,
dude.
all you'd have to do
Trolling,
is
trolling,
just stretch them a
trolling.
bit this way,
Trolling.
stretch them a bit that way. Just create little pockets
Oh,
of
car
breathing
is sitting
room
in the
throughout.
fucking
I think that would
intersection,
do
trying to
wonders.
predict where
The
the
game is
fuck
very
I'm going
hectic and
next.
high octane, but
Fucking
sometimes the
trolling,
hotter the
dude.
flame burns,
Every
the
day
shorter
just be
it
trolling.
lasts. The game is fun right now, but what I'm thinking about is, will this type of map design eventually come back to bite the game in the
Every day
ass?
just be
Are
fucking
these small
trolling, dude.
maps going to be fun for the 100th or the 200th time? Or am I going to start looking at it like it's Snowbound? You know what I mean?
Whoa,
Battlefield
whoa,
6 only
dude.
has
Whoa,
9 maps
dude.
at
Oh my
once. One
god.
of them is a remake, and because there's only 9, each one has to count. Time will tell how the variety shapes up and
How
what
fast
post-launch
are these
support
cars
will
going
do.
now?
Okay,
And then
now
they'll
onto
slow
my
way.
actual
If I
critiques.
slow down,
Onto
they'll
my
slow
actual
down.
critiques.
Look at it,
The biggest issue I have with Battlefield 6 right now has got to be the sandbox and how things are balanced. Now, obviously, there's some leeway to give here. The game is super duper fun, so, you know, you're not going to get it perfect first time. There needs to be more weapons, more grenades. The existing weapons and gadgets, I think many of them should probably be retooled, rebalanced. Grenades are worthless. They're fucking cans of beans to throw at your opponent, and the only useful one I found is the one that smoky beans, the smoke bean grenade. I played for 4 hours the other day. Did not die once to a grenade. Did not kill anyone with a grenade. Oh, wow, I died from a grenade. There's like 4 throwables, so if one is worthless, well, now you only got 3. Now, because grenades are useless, things like the trophy system that are meant to counter grenades are also useless. Grenades are also just weird to throw. It's like instantaneous. It does not feel like you're cocking back and throwing a weighted explosive. It's like you're going... Grenades also just don't damage tanks at all. Why? Like I said, grenades suck straight ass, but luckily, I think that's an easy fix. Now, this is probably my personal pet peeve with Battlefield 6. I've probably mentioned this before. I'm not going to let it go. I think Battlefield is at its best when everyone can contribute to the team in meaningful ways. When every class specializes in its own role, but can sometimes overlap into the others. For example, in Battlefield 1, if you want to destroy
how
tanks
far away
and other
is
vehicles,
this truck?
probably don't want to pick the sniper class. However, if you do, you are
far
not
away is
defenseless.
this fucking
You can
truck?
equip K-bullets as one of your gadgets, which do light damage to vehicles and tanks. You're not going to get many kills, you're not going to do much damage, but you will do something very important, which is interrupting repairing. So in this way, players who pick Recon can interact and engage with enemy tanks in a way that feels important, like they can contribute. I think this problem is specific to tanks in Battlefield 6 because on all the classes, every other vehicle I can shoot at and do damage and it feels great. You know, I can mow down these bitch-ass helicopters, I can shoot guys out of jeeps, everything, it works. Ah, I went down swinging. I think the true beauty of Battlefield is in, like, the miniature stories that can be told. A sudden rivalry you develop with an enemy helicopter pilot that you then make it your mission to kill him. That's why this game is so great. Oh, come on! We got his ass, though. We got his ass! Moments like these are what makes Battlefield Battlefield. And
dude, I can't get off the fucking highway. I can't get off the highway,
the other 3
dude.
classes
Oh god.
simply do not interact with
Can't get
enemy
off the
tanks.
highway.
Unless I'm
Can't get off
mistaken,
the
unless there's some
highway. It's all
gadget I haven't
walled. The whole
gotten
thing
yet.
is
The only
walled. The whole
time
thing
I
is fucking
interact
walled.
with enemy
Wow.
tanks is when I'm engineer. Otherwise, I hide and avoid them. By the
That's
way, in
why that
Battlefield
cop-
1,
that's
no
why
matter
he's
what
put
class
that-
you picked, you could equip an anti-tank light grenade. Wouldn't do much damage, but again, it's not
Just
about
like real life,
getting
the
the kill.
highway
It's
can't
about
get off the highway,
contributing to
dude.
the team. The point is, in Battlefield 1, you can always do something about an enemy threat while still playing the class you want and keeping the power in check based on what your class should be allowed and able to do. That being said, landmines against tanks are like
real
that's
life,
your
dude.
one-shot kill right there, man. You get a bunch of landmines, and because some of those small maps, you only have like 3 paths to drive on. Like, as a tank, you're just inevitably probably going to hit a mine you just can't see because you got nowhere else to go.
I threw 2 anti-tank mines in front of him. Hopefully he runs them over. He hit one. I got him. Look at that triple kill.
Now keep that in mind, okay? What I just told you were basically my biggest complaints with Battlefield 6 so far. Not huge on the problematic scale. Weapons and customization. So I played for 4 hours. I was slaying. I was goated. Look at that. That's a double. Do I hear triple?
Okay. Oh my god, I can't get fucking out of here. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my
Get out of here, man.
Oh my god. Oh my god. OMG, dude. OMG. No, very impressed with your skills, dude. Holy fuck. Where did that truck go?
I'm popping. Oh my goodness.
What the fuck? Okay. Okay.
You can't get clips in this game.
Yep, you went that far, that quick. Okay.
Are you guys seeing
sure
this,
you
man?
did, bro.
I put on a show for you. Oh god, they took out my cover. Fuck! Now, on one hand, the movement and speed of combat is smooth as butter. On the other hand, my LMG
all
feels
the tropes,
like an assault
bro.
rifle
All
with
the gaming
100-round
tropes.
mag. Oh my
all
goodness,
the fucking tropes, bro. All the tropes.
I will not be stopped.
You see why I run LMGs, man?
Where you at, dude?
Basically, what
Where
I'm saying
you at,
is,
dude?
I feel
How
like I was
fast are
too
those
good at the
fucking
game.
cars gonna go, dude? And now look, why are they keeping pace with me, dude? Oh my god. Look how slow they're going now. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Line them up for me.
Oh my
and I know that's a bizarre criticism to make. Like,
okay, come on. I got 3 minutes. I got 3 minutes. Come on, let me off, dude. Okay, I got 3 minutes.
I'm a
got 3
LMG
minutes.
supremacist. I enjoy not having to reload
All
as
right,
often.
come on.
I enjoy being able to send lots of
right,
bullets
now,
downrange. But I always
where we
anticipate
at?
certain trade-offs when
It'll be
picking this
confusing.
weapon class. And I feel like
Up here,
there's
up
no
here.
trade-off
Go down the
to
strip.
using an LMG. I mean, I swapped to
here.
the assault rifle, and these assault rifle have way more recoil,
Okay.
less ammo in the mag,
Here.
though a much smaller
Yep,
margin
yep,
of
it's a little
accuracy
confusing.
error.
There's roads
I guess
everywhere,
assault gets a
dude.
free shotgun, so they obviously win in close quarters. But I think Modern Warfare 2019 and
way you gonna
Battlefield
go?
1
Which way
both
you gonna go?
had this like realistic weight to the weapons and guns you were using. I mean, you just rewatch this video of this absolute legend talking about the reloads and animations in Modern Warfare, and you'll see what I'm talking about. I'm not saying Battlefield 6 needs to be exactly like that. You know, it's a little bit of cumbersome bulk heaviness. I mean, we're carrying big, like 20, 30-pound hunks of metal firing explosives. So as far as my early critiques of Battlefield 6, just multiplayer, by the way, and also not Portal yet. That's what I got. That's what I got. And all of what I just said basically falls under constructive criticism. Like, it's really hot in here, by the way. I don't really hate anything about this game. So thankfully, now we can move on to the good stuff. Well, actually, I lied. I think Swag was right, man.
Because I can't get any kill streaks or anything like that, I like to go for clips. So basically, I'm not getting any clips by sitting on a flag.
You can't. This is a game you just can't get good clips in. Battlefield, I mean, it's a boring game. It's a boring game. It's like, see, I would play cool clips for you right now, but I just don't have it. What do you think? Nah, this game is peak Battlefield moment. I mean, bro, the sound design, you switch it to the war tape audio when the jets fly by and it's
Please
like...
Please stop.
Whoa.
Please stop. Please stop.
That's me. It's like real life.
Dude,
the
please
sound
stop.
is coming from over here, but the jet is already right here.
Okay, where's it
You know what I
at?
mean?
Where
So
fuck
the speed of
is it?
sound or whatever, it's
Okay,
super
this, I
cool
won't be able
to
to
have
get up
jets
here.
fly by and listening to helicopters like that.
truck?
Sound
Truck is
design
over
is
there. It's a
incredible, I
long
think.
fucking
Feels
drive,
like a
dude.
war, sounds like a war. But I think this is a clear indicator of the preferable Battlefield map design, because Operation Firestorm Absolute banger. I never played this map before. Holy goat, man. Thank God they brought this guy back.
Look how many corners,
Operation
dude.
Firestorm
Oh my,
was
it's
incredible.
fucking every
And I
5
think
feet,
that's
dude.
because
It's
with
every
these
5
wider
feet there's a corner.
landscapes, these more open,
Another corner.
big,
I couldn't
long
get on
maps,
there, dude.
not
Where
only
you
are
at?
you like
Okay.
engaged in conflict with other
We're so
players,
close,
but
dude. I'm
you'll
so
also
excited.
see
My heart rate
conflict
is up.
in the
I'm super
background,
excited.
right?
I'm
Whereas
super
on some
duper
of those
duper
corridor
duper
shooter
excited.
maps, it
Maybe I
does
can get
feel
on
a
the
little
highway
too similar
here.
to Call of Duty. But Operation
Get on the
Firestorm,
highway.
holy shit! If there are
Super
other
duper
maps like
excited.
that, bring
I am
those
super duper
puppies back.
duper
Holy
duper
God, what have I been missing?
duper
What
duper
else?
excited. I got 32
big,
seconds.
Big pro. Battlefield
Whoa.
6 is a generic modern military shooter. That is a compliment, by the way.
24
That's
seconds.
a compliment.
Don't get much
I didn't
closer
even
than
see
that,
like
does
a
it?
store in the menus. I don't think
That
I
was
even
close,
looked for
yeah.
it. Yes, this is a compliment. And guess what? A generic battlefield is a good battlefield. Where are my clown skins? Why am I not seeing Teletubbies shoot unicorn farts at Hank Hill? What? There's no cringe-inducing operators who talk like they're auditioning for a Marvel movie.
Trolling.
Just a modern
Trolling.
shooter that doesn't look or sound like a fucking joke.
Yeah, Angel does it again.
This was one to remember.
Admittedly, DICE could certainly spruce up the style and add a bit more charm and personality to the game, but
Oh
I
God,
still
not
haven't
the
played the
airport.
campaign, so maybe that holds the ticket. I hate to keep referring to Battlefield 1, but the sauce, the vibes, the aura of that game are simply unmatched, and even just retaining a fraction of something
Yeah,
as
don't.
good as
It'll
that
take you forever
is
to
a
drive
miracle.
around the airport.
But even just being a more return to form, let's play it safe. Yeah, Battlefield 6 is fucking incredible. As much as I miss Angel and his witty one-liners from 2042, you know, I wish he would return, but I just gotta remember what he told me.
Don't be sad. This is just how it works out sometimes.
Okay, now this part is huge, all right? Battlefield 6 had a smooth launch.
It's impossible.
You mean the game is playable? My bullets are registering? There's not 100 parachutes floating all around the place? Like, in slow motion, destroyed
What
planes
the
and shit?
fuck?
Like, the
How
game is
can I be
playable?
going-
I don't know
okay.
about you guys. I have
So I
had
went from
literally
opposing
zero
traffic
issues in
to
terms
opposing
of glitches,
traffic again
functionality.
to
The only
vote-
thing is that the
okay.
UI sucks. But, like, in terms of
What happens,
playability,
bro?
I know it's kind of a meme that, like, oh wow, this game launched in a playable state, but like, Battlefield games are no easy feat to put together. Historically, the series does not launch in the greatest state.
Fucking digital deluxe premium edition. I pay over 120
Fuck
bucks
this.
and you can't
Fuck
even give me a
this.
functioning
Stay out
game
of
day
town,
one.
dude. Stay the fuck out of
I didn't
town.
even have a queue. 700,000 people. I wasn't even waiting in a queue in the menu. I got it instantly. Not even Battlefield 2 had a smooth launch. Okay, this is icing on the cake for me. A flawless multiplayer experience in this day and age should not be icing on the cake, but it is. Oh my God, dude! I just parachuted. Oh, that's just modern gaming for you. Also, side note: the Black Ops 7 beta was a 234 gigabyte install for the beta. Okay. Battlefield 6 is 75 gigs. It's 1/3 the size. I really like that Battlefield 6 is in harmony with my hard drives instead of trying to commandeer them. Again, a silly compliment when you think about it, but realistically in this day and age, 75 gigs for a Battlefield title, it's smaller than Battlefield 1. Another real positive is that everything I've used has felt OP. This gives off like Modern Warfare 2 vibes. Like, no gun has felt like a piece of shit. The pistol can fire super fast. It's a great backup. You can swap to it super quickly. The LMG is not quite a laser beam, but, you know, if you compensate for the recoil, you can get multi-kills, quad kills. The sniper, now you're in a cloud of puff-puff pass. Oh, fuck. 236 meter kill, boy. One of the biggest improvements from 2042, again, I mentioned this in my review of it, was just the fucking horrible feedback. You could barely see hit markers. Like, sometimes hit markers would appear, sometimes they wouldn't. There was no points on screen. This is all stuff I brought up. All the UI stuff I brought up in that 2042 video, they fixed it. And I'm not going to take any credit for it. I'm just going to say thank you. Because this game, it feels so fucking good to get kills. Oh my God, I just sniped someone out of a fucking helicopter. Oh.
I told you it's fucking sick.
And that is where Battlefield has always been a little bit better than Call of Duty, in my opinion, is that Call of Duty kind of relies on its customization and its progression. You're always unlocking something, whereas Battlefield was just straight up, high quality, top tier FPS gameplay. Might be lacking in the weapon customization, create a class, whatever. But it made up for that by just being the sexiest first-person shooter you could play. The gunplay is phenomenal. Boom! Look at that. Oh my god, boys. Now, as far as like chaos, destruction, levolution, teamwork, all fantastic and great. I will say, Levolution, obviously, Battlefield 4 has some crazy standards, but we're not trying to make the best Battlefield here. We're trying to make a good one. Getting back on track. It seems like they listen to feedback. I think I had a theory that the reason they had all those small multiplayer maps in the beta and kind of the issues people had with it, I think they pulled the old switcheroo. I think they retooled the beta to appeal to COD fans, knowing that there might be an exodus, and now the game's out. Whatever changes they've made to movement, to jumping, sliding, recoil, shooting, and all that, like you're not slide canceling all over the place. Okay, you're trying to get good at aiming a gun. Nobody slide canceled in the Iraq War, or did they? As much as I love operations, like I know it's not gonna come back in that grand of scale with that epic soundtrack and music. But I will say, Breakthrough is pretty fun. It gives me a slice of operations, so I can always at least play a version of that type of mode. But the big standout, I'll be honest, is Escalation. Escalation is a genius idea. Basically, the game starts off, it feels like regular Conquest. There's like 8 points to capture, but as teams control more points, they'll score. And then every time a score is landed, some of the points disappear. So it's almost like as the match goes on, the conflict is escalating. There's fewer and fewer points to fight over, so the bulk of both teams end up converging on a handful of points. And this really just, it creates like a story out of each match in Escalation. This is a great fucking mode. Not only that, as the match goes on, more and more vehicles are unlocked for both teams. So near the end, there's like 3 tanks, 3 jets, 2 helicopters, jeeps everywhere. That's a great game mode. Like, as long as I've been playing FPS games, and you look at Black Ops 7, it's like, hardpoint domination, some kind of demolition, same old shit, and it's Escalation. Escalation. There might be some stuff that I can't remember off the top of my head, but like if I were to rate my experience those first 4 hours I played Battlefield 6 multiplayer, I give it like an 8.5 or a 9 out of 10. If I were to rate it right now, I will say, because I had the most fun on Operation Firestorm, I think that is the type of map design they need to chase moving forward. And besides that, in tuning the weapons and the balance and kind of making class customization a bit better, like, then we're good to go, man. Then we're good to go. So, to answer your question, is the hype real for Battlefield 6? Yes. It is absolute cinema. What do you think? Have you played Battlefield 6? Did you cancel your Game Pass? Do you have an extra $30 of disposable income? If so, let me know in the comments below. Please subscribe if you enjoyed this content. We're almost at 2 mil. And if you'd like to support the channel, consider donating on Patreon. The first tier will get you into my private Discord server where I hang out, play games. Second tier will get your name listed right here. Third tier will get you early access to some videos. And the fourth tier, I'll shout you out at the end of some videos. So big thanks to this month's acting experts: A Slice of Pizza, A2A Phoenix, a Mezzore, Anubis 17, Azalea, Big Demoness Mommy, ooh, hit me up, girl, Caprivi, Chrysler W, Dr. Muller, Jazan Heitman, Jazzles Player One, Levi Von Marks, Lime Soda, Lucas Haynes, Multitude, Saber the ODST, Scroto, T-Baggins, Shadow, Sylphia, and the Superstorm 49. Appreciate it so much. Your support is greatly appreciated. All right, everyone, that's all I got for today. I'm gonna hop back into Battlefield 6, man. The hype is real. Let's keep this train going, all right? That's all I got for today. This is the Battle Man signing out. Peace.
In business, and in each and every one of my restaurants, appearance is key. An excellent dining experience requires excellent presentation. I hold myself to that same standard. And it starts with a crisp, neatly pressed shirt. Today, I will be teaching you how to achieve just that.
open that door, and then I regret it. I open the door, and I regret
Step 1. Before you do anything, inspect your
No, I
shirt's
keep
label
thinking,
so
like,
that you
yeah,
may
they're
abide by
gone.
any
We'll get a
special
little, a
requirements.
month, maybe.
Remember,
Being able to open the
different
front door.
fabrics require different needs. Step 2. Dampen the shirt with a spray bottle or steam it so you can thoroughly remove any creases. You want everything to be as smooth as possible. Step 3. The sleeves. Take extra care, as you are actually ironing 2 layers of fabric at once. As you iron one side, you want to leave no trace on the other.
That is true.
If you are doing it correctly, your
that's
work
why sleeves are
will
hard.
be undetectable.
You're ironing both sides.
Now you're
Ironing
looking
both
sharp.
sides at once.
Razor sharp. If you want respect, you must look respectable.
WTF. That's what radio astronomer Anna Kopinska labeled the image of an enormous, mysterious blob she first spotted in 2019. Billions of years from Earth, in the realms of deep space, it appeared like a ghostly ring of smoke, a glowing oddity of radio waves that didn't appear to match up with any known supernova remnant or galactic interaction. What in the world, in the universe, could this be? It may have been unusual, but this object was not alone. Named odd radio circles, or orcs, the objects we have found
it's not
seem to
chaos
encompass
theory when
everything
it's
we
like fuck
struggle
with
to
me
explain
theory,
in the
dude.
cosmos. 5 orcs
No,
have
chaos
been
theory would
confirmed
be
since
random
Kopinska's first
chaos, not
finding, and
center the
several more
chaos
blobs
on me.
may fit the profile.
That's the actual opposite
What
of chaos
cosmic
theory.
force is so powerful that it could
Right?
sculpt a ring of energy a million light years
Literally.
wide, so vast it dwarfs our Milky Way by a factor of 10. Are these radio rings the relics of galactic rebirth, or the dying echoes of something we have yet to comprehend? And why haven't we found more of them? I'm Alex McColgan, and you're watching Astro. Join me today as we attempt to unravel one of modern astronomy's greatest mysteries and reveal the 4 leading hypotheses that could unlock the origin of these objects so odd they defy even the universe's standards.
Don't trust the mini-map, bro. Don't trust the mini-map.
This mystery first began as a result of modern technology.
Mini-map, bro.
Around the turn of the new millennium, technological advancements in radio astronomy drastically increased the number of known radio sources from just a few 100,000 to a couple million. For decades, nobody was able to significantly increase that number. That is, until recently. Radio astronomy.
No, what's cool is driving all the way across town and
Australia's
find out your
National
girlfriend's not
Science
right.
Agency, the
You think the
Commonwealth
icon would
Scientific
light
and
up when she
Industrial
was there,
Research
right? And
Organisation
then it would go
oversaw
a
the
different
launch
color,
of the
so I don't drive all the way
Australian
across
Square
town to hear
Kilometre
your
Array
girlfriend's not
Pathfinder
here.
Telescope, or ASCAP. One of several new radio telescopes coming online at the time.
Or I gotta go outside the game, gotta get, dude, that's a whole, they literally create the walkthrough fucking industry, dude.
Phased array feed, which allows it to
They've created it themselves because you have to go outside the game to figure it out, dude. Fuck.
ASCAP's field of view is an impressive 30 square degrees.
Back in the day, they'd have the walkthrough book come out the same day the game did, man.
The phased array feed allows astronomers to ignore
that's a
radio
conflict
signals
of
from
interest
things like
if you ask me.
satellites,
Yeah,
which can
it was
otherwise
weird.
create blind spots for radio telescope receivers. With this new generation of telescopes, radio astronomers are able to detect even
unofficial instruction
diffuse
manual
objects.
because they became
Western
you had to
Sydney
pay
University
extra for a
Professor Ray
proper
Norris
instruction
of
manual.
CERO, later leading the original orc discovery, predicted that the Australian telescope's evolutionary map of the universe project,
offering us less and less as we go,
would be part of an extraordinary increase in our knowledge of radio sources across the universe. The project is named after the emu in the sky, a constellation of dark nebulae, rather than stars, in the Milky Way galaxy, which has been recognized in Aboriginal astronomy for generations. All of the radio sources discovered up to that point by every radio telescope in the entire history of radio astronomy amounted to about 2.5 million sources, and the EMU project alone was expected to increase that total to 70 million radio sources.
Yeah, what is that?
Keep in mind, that only represents the discoveries that were expected to come from just one of the new radio astronomy telescopes. Norris was certain that all of this new data would deliver some major surprises. And it did, much sooner than anyone expected. The EMU project looked at large areas of the sky that other telescopes had not imaged yet, and collected vast catalogues of data, so much that scientists expected they would need the help of machine learning to sift through it all. But it was in the process of browsing through some of the project's preliminary images that Kapinska, the radio astronomer who discovered AUX, would first notice the oddly shaped radio emissions, using her old-fashioned human eyes. To me, that makes this discovery all the more special. Even with vast amounts of data and machine learning tools, this is an example of how human curiosity will always be an integral part of the scientific process. While browsing these early EMU images, Kapinska started to notice some strange shapes that she couldn't identify as any known space object. On an image of one of these odd shapes, a circle of radio emissions like a giant smoke ring floating in distant space, she wrote the label WTF, encapsulating just how baffling this was. Kapinska had never seen anything like it. After sharing her strange discovery with colleagues, a team of radio astronomers including Norris and Emil Lenk began sifting through the images, searching for more of these circular radio blobs. Lenk found a second blob just a few days after the initial discovery, and the team eventually coined the name odd radio circles. At first, they weren't even sure if these were real objects or just some kind of artifact error from the telescope, but they were able to use other telescopes to locate the AUX, confirming that these odd radio circles were in fact real. The question that followed was, of course, what are these things? Luckily, we've been able to learn a bit more about AUX since Kapinska first noticed one. This is an image of AUK-1 from the EMU pilot survey, a blurry, grayscale blob. But luckily, the EMU team also produced this second, colorized and enhanced image that helps to bring out the less obvious features while still maintaining the original resolution. In the color image, AUK-1 now appears as a hazy green-blue blob. Because this hazy blob is only actually visible in radio wavelengths, the color in this image had to be added in so that we can visualize it. It also helps us see more distinct features within the AUX structure. At least 1 billion light-years away in deep space, initial estimates suggested that AUK-1 may have a diameter of around 1 million light-years, but more recently, observations have indicated that it may actually be as wide as 2 million light-years across. That's 20 times the width of our own galaxy. So, we know how big AUX can be and how distant they are, but what are they? At first, some thought these strange rings might be the remnants of a powerful supernova, but the conditions were all wrong. For one thing, we typically find supernova remnants near the galactic plane, and all of the AUX we've identified are too far away from it. Not only that, but it appears that some of these AUX might have galaxies in their centers, which is not something we see with supernova remnants. What's more, the scale is all wrong too. Most supernova remnants are a few dozen light years across, but these Oort rings are far, far larger. Big enough to encompass entire galaxies at their center, the Oorts we've observed so far are hundreds of thousands, up to 2 million light years across. These are not supernova remnants. Oorts must be something else. Oorts could also be something we are already familiar with, like the jets from a radio galaxy. But the vast distance, or maybe an odd angle, might obscure our ability to identify them. Since the initial discovery of Oort 1, astronomers have had the chance to observe it with additional telescopes, revealing an object that appears to be at the center of the circle that can be seen in both visible and infrared light. Using the South African Meerkat radio telescope, an array of 64 interlinked receptors, Norris and his team observed Oort 1 for 10 hours to create an image of the circle. They overlaid that on optical data from the Dark Energy Survey to reveal an elliptical galaxy in the center of the Oort. With this, they were able to estimate the central galaxy's distance from Earth at around 5 billion light years away. Not only did they find this central elliptical galaxy, but the high sensitivity image also revealed a complex inner structure
it does sound like one. No,
knots and arcs, with additional galaxies found at these knots. If Norris and his team were correct, and this elliptical galaxy is indeed located near the center
I thought I had
of
something
1,
else like running in the background. Maybe I have something else running.
in creating this
No,
radio
it's
circle.
the. See? No, it just has music in the background.
However, it's also possible that the galaxy's location is a coincidence, as it may just be near the apparent center of
Some
the
shows
Oort,
have
rather than the actual center.
Or in the background. You
Armed
don't
with this
realize
new image and
until you
information,
do.
in their 2022
Oh, I can't
paper,
watch this anymore.
Norris and his team considered 3 different origin stories
Once
for the
you notice
Oort,
it,
with the data not
it's like
favoring
elevator
one
music
hypothesis
starts
over
grating on
another.
you.
The first possibility was that Oort 1's spherical shell was the result of a cataclysmic event in the elliptical host galaxy, like the merging of 2 supermassive black holes, for example. In this scenario, a merger of 2 supermassive black holes would send a shockwave out in all directions, accelerating electrons in the intergalactic medium. This could result in a bubble of radio emissions, which could appear to us as a circle of radio emissions with a brightened edge or ring. If this were the case, we would expect the Oort to contain a supermassive black hole or an active galactic nucleus. And not only does Oort 1 show evidence of a radio-loud galactic nucleus, like we would expect if this hypothesis were correct, but so do 2 other observed Oorts, lending further credibility to this hypothesis. The second possibility offered by Norris and his team for Oort 1's origin was that it could simply be radio jets from a radio-loud active galactic nucleus, or AGN, viewed end-on. Radio-loud AGNs are a type of galaxy that emit large amounts of energy from its nucleus in the form of 2 plasma jets, as matter falls into a supermassive black hole at their center. And as I mentioned, we already know that AMGs are present in many of the Oorts we have observed thus far. If we were to view this kind of system end-on, where the 2 jets were superimposed, it could create the appearance of what we see with Oort 1, lobes of radio emissions superimposed with a host galaxy at the center. However, we still need 3D simulations to help us work out whether or not these particular AMGs are producing radio jets, and if so, whether or not we are viewing them head-on. The third and final hypothesis for an origin story could be that the radio circle of Oort 1 is caused by what's called a starburst termination shock. In this explanation, millions of stars would have been born during a brief, intense period of star formation in the elliptical host galaxy. During this time, new
Since you
stars
haven't
would have been
snuck on
born
them,
at a rate much higher
you
than
guys
normal,
can have electronics
and
for
would have
just a little
lasted
bit.
for just a few tens of millions of years.
So mom gets
just
you
a
ready
blink
for the next.
on the cosmic timescale.
Turn
These
on the
stars
TV
would
for your little
emit
sister,
solar
please.
wind that expands out into
None of that
space
fucking
over
brain right.
billions
You
of
have to
years,
watch them now.
exciting electrons
No,
and
especially
creating
I
a
don't think
spherical
Sydney's
radio
as
emission bubble like
susceptible,
what we see in
but
Orc
those
1.
AI videos get Isabel, dude. And they
While
don't
the
do
team modeled
anything
this
except they'll
possibility
have
in more
little
detail than the
animated
first
computer
two
graphics, and
hypotheses
they'll
for
just
the
make
formation
weird
of Orc 1,
noises.
showing
They'll go like,
mathematically how this scenario was
beep,
plausible,
They'll just
Norris
start.
was clear that the
But
data
yeah,
did
they
not
grab
favor
Isabel,
this
dude.
explanation
There'll be
over
no
the others.
words. There's no
So while
melody.
we
There's
do
no
have
words. It's
several
just
promising
brain
ideas,
pure. That's what
the
they're talking
origin
about.
of Orc 1 is still
But it
as
works. It'll
mysterious
grab her
as the
attention and
odd radio circle itself. As each new orc has been discovered, the only thing we seem
like
to
the
know for sure
Funkadelic. Oh
is that
fuck!
not all orcs are created equally.
Welcome to the AI
After
brain
all,
Funkadelic
the name,
future, dude.
Odd radio circles, is meant as a descriptive name, like an umbrella
Holy
term
fuck!
for any
How does that
odd
work?
radio
It
circle
just
that
does,
can't be
dude.
described by any existing
You
type
rhyme
or object.
words and you get
So
people's
while all
attention,
orcs
dude. You
may
draw
include
90-degree
odd radio
fucking
circles,
corners
each
and it
individual
grabs
orc
people's
may
attention.
have its own unique origin story.
You start building
The discovery of
triangles and
Orc
holy
2
fuck,
and 3, the second
Indians
and
start
third
coming
odd
out of the
radio
woods,
circles to be
dude.
identified
You put a
didn't do
cross
much
on
to
your
help solve
building
the
and all of a
mystery of
sudden
how
people start
orcs are
knocking on your
created.
front door
In
wondering
fact,
what you got
they
to say.
introduced even more questions.
It's amazing,
Seen
dude.
in this grayscale image, the two orcs appear to be very close to each other, nearly touching. They are roughly the same
I'm the
size,
music man.
but on the right side of the image, Orc 2
What,
is bright
dude?
and clearly ring-shaped, while Orc 3, located to the left, is faint and appears more like a
What?
disc.
Seriously, jazz
In
hands.
fact, Orc 3 may not even be
Didn't you know the devil
recognizable in
had
the
jazz
grayscale
hands,
of the
bro?
image if it weren't for the light
The devil
gray
is a
speckles
jazz
seeming
man,
to
dude.
cluster together into a circular
He likes
shape
to
right
freestyle.
next to the
He
more
likes.
distinct ring shape.
He doesn't
of
like
Orc
to be
2.
confined by.
Now take a look at this color image of Orc 2 and Orc
He's
3.
a free man.
The diffuse radio emission has been enhanced in red and
Mhm.
overlaid on top of the original radio pattern in green. You can see the obscured green color behind the red glow, where the ring
I'm gonna
shape
go on a
of Orc 2 is
rip,
located. And to the
My
left
own
you can see
personal
its
rip.
fainter sister circle of Orc
That you
3,
can't play.
only visible in diffuse
No,
red.
dude, like.
The proximity of these orcs would suggest that they are related somehow. But if that's
Whatever,
the
it's all your
case,
fault.
why do they appear so different?
They do it all for women, dude. It's all about women.
As much as I'd like to tell you that we've solved this curious case of Orc 2 and Orc 3 since their discovery, which was published in 2021, the nature of these sister orcs remains an unsolved
You know, that's
mystery
why
to
they
this
made those
day.
priests celibate, dude.
Before moving on to the theories
Try
for
to make
Orc
them
4's
more
origin,
immune against women.
I've got to mention Orc
To
5,
take away that
which was
female
discovered
privilege.
in Australian
So they would
square
treat
kilometer
women more
array
equally.
Pathfinder data in 2021.
Like, man, you're treating women
While we
differently
don't have
than
any
men.
leading
You want to get
theories
in their
for Orc 5
pants, dude.
specifically, this orc was
Right.
found to have a central elliptical
And that's why you had
galaxy.
to crack down on the gay
Orcs
guy,
1 and
gay
4.
creep. You're treating
And
fucking
interestingly,
young, good-looking
Orc 5
boy.
was
God
the
damn
only
it.
one found to have both this central galaxy and a nearby neighboring galaxy found
Well, you
at
should
approximately
blind
the
them
same
all.
distance from the Orc ring.
Because that
which
blind priest
suggests
thing don't work.
these
And
two
then they'd hear
galaxies
their
are
voices.
likely
And, like,
interacting
they'd know.
gravitationally.
You can tell by the
While
voice.
there may be
Fuck.
some repeating characteristics, for every orc we've confirmed so far, it seems that each one has their own unique qualities.
Yeah.
Of course, as we discover and confirm more orcs, it may be that this won't be the case in the future. But with so
But I'm
few
glad we
orcs
discovered
and
that-
so
that,
little observational
line
evidence, it's been difficult
between
for
the
scientists
people
to
who
nail
like
down
music
one
in their
theory for their origin.
documentaries and
And that
people who
brings
don't.
us to Orc 4.
Little black background elevator music. Yeah.
Sure, some people do like.
No, or it wouldn't be on there. Obviously, there's a crowd of people like, yeah, they like that. I'm like, what the fuck, dude?
I am not one.
And then my wife had to point it out. And I'm like, oh my god.
Well, I heard as if it was a commercial.
Well, I halfway heard it and I kept. And I was like, dude, is there another window running at the same time? Or.
Okay, we got the bikes and Woozy taking care of the uniforms. Now we just got to get an armored van and respray it with the Caligula's Casino logo.
Why don't we steal one while it's on its rounds? That way we can make some money too.
I've been working on this casino heist for the past 2 days, bro. That's why I'm grumpy.
I have an idea. Have you ever seen those helicopters they use to lift heavy loads?
Yeah, they call them sky cranes. We could lift the whole truck and take them to someplace safe.
Then we need to steal a sky crane. Unfortunately, I'm not a pilot.
Me neither.
Hey, don't look at me.
Or me. Shit. I'll fly it then. We could respray it at the airstrip.
Yeah, Carl. It'll be just like fighting Berkeley, only bigger.
Good job.
Yeah, thanks for that.
Oh, look, it's not trolling. Ooh, a military vehicle. Where the fuck am I supposed to get a military vehicle? Oh. It's a long way.
My whip!
Oh my god. Every day it be trolling, bro. Every day it be trolling, bro. Every day it be trolling, bro. Every day, dude. Fuck, every day, dude. Oh my god. Every day. Every fucking day it be trolling, dude. It really is. It's turning me into a heartless gamer, dude. No, it's just numb. To the art, to the machine, it's just turning me numb. It's just empty fucking dead code. It really is just making me dead to it, dude. All this shit is fucking meaningless. It's all dead. All this shit is just dead fucking code. No, and it's like they just rub your nose in it, dude, so you just fucking give up on it, dude. And yeah, you're just fucking dead code, dude. This is sad. It's sad. It's Neo giving up on the Matrix. Like, fuck it. You're all dead, dude. You've been dead. You were dead before they brought you back. You're still dead. It's just fucking dead code, dude. Dead world, dead code, dead God. GTA just crashed on me. Oh.
Did you steal your license?
Yep, turn left, right in front of me. Sure, it was just a fucking coincidence. I'm sure it had nothing to do with me at all. I'm sure he would have turned left even if I wasn't here. I'm totally sure. No, I'm sure, dude. I'll be feeling it. I'll be feeling it. Oh, come on, that's cool. There we go. That's a little bit cool. Oh, red light. You just ran a red light, bro. What are you doing?
Oh, what you doing, my wheel?
Oh, look, it turned me around in a circle. My car got hit, and I'm facing the other direction. Wow. What a fucking coincidence. What are you doing, dude? So you're just gonna run all red lights?
Baby kitty.
What's going on here? I'm not sure what's happening here, dude. Why is he running from me?
What? Why? Oh, look at it. His belly's open. It's like they don't like their bellies being checked except for other vital organs.
What the fuck, dude? What is happening right now? How am I supposed to stop this car, Joseph? I'm not sure either. He's driving through everything, dude.
Screw you!
Uh-oh. It looks like maybe he got stuck. Oh, come on, get in, dude. Get in that, take it. Take the car. Get in the fucking car. Get in. No, CJ, that's not what I wanted you to do, dude. That is not what I wanted you to do. Grab the car, get him the fuck out, pull the guy down, drive off. Now drive, CJ. Drive, CJ. Good job, dude. Sorry, I had to talk to it, dude. All right, good job, CJ. Good job, dude. Good fucking job. Now, where's the fucking pay and spray? Good job, CJ. Good job. All right, now drive to the fucking pay and spray, please, CJ. Do not hit too many cars on the way. What the fuck is happening here? Okay. All right, traffic jam. All right, try to get to the pay and spray. Watch out. It's going to turn in front of you. It's going to fuck with you. Just be careful. You guys are driving on the wrong sides of the fucking road. Is this a one-way road? Is this oh, now you're going to turn left all the way, right, all the way against traffic. This is a one-way road. Okay, I'm on a one-way road. That's still an illegal turn, dude. You can't turn across lanes like that, dude. Okay. Get to the pay and spray. You're almost there. Careful, red light. Look around. Okay. 360 view. All right, pull in. All right, close door, spray car. Reverse out slowly. There's usually something behind you. Okay, turn. All right, nice and easy. Nice and easy, dude. Nice and easy. No excuses. You can't give it any excuse, CJ. All right. That's what it works on. Excuses. Can't give it any excuse, bro. Okay, we're going to go here. We're going to go here. Then here. Let's just creep our snake our way back there. Through the 90-degree turns. Okay, here's an intersection. All right, 90-degree turn. 90 degrees. 90 degrees. Okay, to another 90-degree turn. Another 90-degree turn. Oh, almost got hit. Okay. Now go straight for a minute. Yep. Okay, now slow. Easy. All right, come on. Easy. Yeah, I think you took a wrong turn. Check your map. I think you took a wrong turn trusting your mini map. No, it'll go around. Okay. All right, nice and easy. Nice and easy, dude. Let's go. Nice and easy. I should probably want to save this with this vehicle. Yeah, I should probably pull this into my house. Yep, let's do that. Because I might not pass the mission, and I'd have to find the truck again, and that was super frustrating. So let's just go store this and save. And then I can just restart mission. No, call me a loser for that, huh? So when you cheat, it's okay. But if I cheat, I'm a piece of shit. All right. Gotcha. That's how the evil demiurge works, bro. They don't call him the evil craftsman for nothing, dude. Boom. All right. Where are we at?
This is a restricted area.
Oh, okay. Okay. The Hummer's down that quick, huh? Okay. Come on, dude. So you brought me in here. I have no idea where the fuck I'm going.
Then, no. We're
Gun in your face, huh?
Hand on fire, Mom.
this.
Come on, dude. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. Where you at?
Maybe you can change the TV for your sister.
Get to the chopper.
Ah.
It's trying to steer the ship to the fucking camera instead of the camera drifting to the... Huh. Why will my camera not straighten? Come on, camera. Come on, camera. Come on, get behind me, dude. Holy shit, dude. Holy shit, dude. Holy shit, dude. Holy shit, dude. No, it is so drifty. Oh my god, dude. Oh my god, dude. It's so fucking drifty. It's so many buttons. Come on, dude. To the left a little bit. To the left. To the left. To the right. Okay. Up on the fucking thing, I guess. Wow. That's amazing. No, this is... Oh my god. Amazing. This This is amazing, dude. It is quite impressive, dude. Actually, quite impressive. Okay, to the right, just a little bit. Up, 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 up. Forward, just a little bit. Forward, up, up, up. Up, up, forward. Right. Come on, dude. Up, up. Forward, up. Come on, dude. Oh, starting to get frustrated. Starting to get frustrated. Okay, dude, how come you're not grabbing it? How come you're not grabbing it, dude? It won't let me hover, dude. It won't let me hover, dude. I can't press the buttons any more gently, dude. I can't press them any more gently, dude. I'm just trying to hover. Buzz, how do I grab the car in this mission? Look for the shadow, I guess. Look for the shadow. Come on, dude. Come on. How did you go over the fucking top of it, dude? How did you go over the top of it, dude? There, I got it. Somehow I fucking got it. I don't know how. Somehow I got it. Somehow I got it. I don't know how. Somehow it just finally fucking gave it to me, dude. I don't know how. I'll see if the camera will. Come on. No, gotta do it manually. Okay, which way are we going? Oh, it really did prefigure like Dark Souls. The drifty little like the game.
Yeah.
This game is full of it. All this flying shit is that weighty. Then you oversteer. You went too far. Then you gotta wait. Whatever you call the weighted movement. That became popular later. It's weird that it was in GTA. Like they knew, I don't know, they knew it was coming or they influenced. And it's weird they influenced when everybody hated this. Nobody liked this, dude. But then it went on to influence, wow. Some people, but it just goes, so the designers liked it, but the people didn't. So you went with the, okay. So you're selling video games to other people who make video games. Wow. That's your mark. That's your test. That's your... Okay. Why are you looking straight down, dude? I didn't want you looking straight down. I don't want you looking straight down, dude. I didn't put you looking straight down. You don't move up, dude, up. I want you to go up. I'm wanting you to go up, dude. I'm wanting you to go. Why are you not going up at all? Okay, fuck it. Yep. Now you're going up. Okay, now you're going up. Okay. Now that part is done, you're going up. Okay, gotcha. So you're up. Come on. Up. Okay, come on. Come on, forward. Now forward a little bit, dude. Forward. Come on, forward. Up. Down. Up, dude.
Hey, CJ. You never cease to amaze me.
Good looking. Where's Woozy?
I don't know. He insisted on driving here himself. He could be anywhere.
Yeah, I guess. All right, dude, I'm out of here. I'll see y'all later.
Now, what happened to my parachute? Let's have used it.
Did you get past your mission? You're awfully quiet.
Yes. In that, whatever you call it, stage. Trying to let the frustration wash away.
Decompression.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm in that stage of the game too where it all gets easy, you know what I mean? Rewarding you for making it to the end game. And like, oh, it's actually getting fun.
Mm-hmm.
Always. Come over the hill. Populates this road. The street. Oh, I've got this 2-foot double dildo I've been carrying around to give my girlfriend. But no, I don't know when she's home. What? I'm being serious.
No.
Taxi drivers like their cars.
No.
Wow, you're ripped.
Thank you. Appreciate
Did I just pay for that? Oh, I think I did. Yeah. Frickin' flies, dang it. Ugh. Well, so much for waxing the car.
Well, it's terrific weather. Is it raining now?
Yeah, it's raining.
Oh,
Yeah, it might stop.
It's your funeral, asshole.
I'm bored with this.
Dave, the trolling.
It's just a
Trolling.
little rob. I'm a one-man gangbuster. Yeah, shootout.
Trolling. Just be trolling.
I love sexy cartoons. Get out the damn way!
Dubbed the cloverleaf orc because of its irregular shape. Of course,
possible buy Vincero watches, luxury handcrafted watches, but at fair prices. You can check them out at vincerowatches.com/biographics. More on
the
them
one
in a
with
bit.
the music in the background. I went to turn it back on, and as soon as I heard the music, no, you realize it.
Represented the pinnacle of cultural, political, and economic power for the city-state of Athens. It was a true golden age that would go on to have tremendous influence not only on the Greek world, but on all of Western civilization.
Yeah, you just can't.
Socrates was laying
No,
down
dude,
the
I know.
foundations
With
of Western
fucking music,
philosophy,
I guess.
aided by students such as Plato,
I think he's going for ASMR, maybe.
Of that time.
Fall
In the
asleep
arts,
to
Athenian theatre was
shit.
the envy
Something
of the
you fall
Greek world,
asleep
thanks
to.
to talented playwrights such as Euripides. A man named Phidias cemented his position as the best sculptor in his time when he made the statue of Zeus at Olympia, ranked among the 7 wonders
That,
of the
and a
ancient
lot of them
world.
really
Not
do
to
go
mention
on.
the
They go on
fact that
15
almost
minutes
all
too
of
long,
the
dude.
structures located on the
They should be
Acropolis,
little
most
10,
famously
15-minute
the
videos,
Pantheon,
so it's all half
built
hour.
during this
They try to
time.
get
Other
everything
Athenians
about a
thought
half
that
hour.
history was important enough to be
Not.
recorded for future generations.
That's an episode
Here
of
we meet old
Seinfeld
friends
with
of biographics,
commercials, dude.
Herodotus, as well as Thucydides and
You know they
Xenophon.
used to spend
The
like
architect
$50 million
Adonis of Miletus was
producing
considered
30
one of the
minutes of
founders of urban
content, and you
planning, while
expect me to
Hippocrates
just
pioneered Western medicine
hear
and
you
gave us an
basically
ancient
say the
Hippocratic oath.
same
All
shit
of these
over in
great
a
people
monotone
lived and
voice
worked in one place,
like this for
one time. And then, of
30
course, there was
minutes.
Pericles. Sometimes the Golden Age of Athens is also called the Age of Pericles because he was there to support and oversee it.
But yeah,
He
a lot
was
of
the
it's
city's
just
leading
YouTube
statesman, a
becoming in the
skilled
background.
general, a
Like me,
patron
it's
of
in
the
the
arts,
background while I
and
play
an
video
orator
games.
without peers. Under his leadership, Athens flourished almost unlike any other city in history. It is no surprise then that Pericles became known as the first citizen of Athens. Pericles was born circa 495 BC in Athens, of course. His father was a wealthy politician named Xanthippus, while his mother was named
495
Agariste and
BC.
came from one
What
of the oldest, most
fuck?
influential families in the city. According to Plutarch, who will serve as one of our primary
No,
ancient
that's
sources
Athens
here,
is
a few
like
days before
that's
Pericles was
before the
born, his
Dark
mother had a
Age? The
dream
Greek
that
Dark
she would give
Age was
birth
like
to a
in the
lion.
no, like what
Afterwards,
the
the historian goes on to specify that even though Pericles' personal appearance was unimpeachable, the Athenian apparently had quite a large and elongated head, and for this he was often the butt
Yeah,
of the jokes of Greek poets. Plutarch says that Pericles' head looked like a squill, also known as a sea onion, and that he was sometimes called the squill head. Besides the unusual shape of his cranium, it was also said that Pericles greatly resembled in appearance a man named Pisistratus, a former tyrant of Athens, who was not remembered fondly in his time. Therefore, as a youth, Pericles did not enjoy speaking in public and instead focused on his military career, as he believed that it would be his biggest calling. It wasn't until he got a bit older that he became more eager to enter the world of politics. Given his family's high status, it comes as no surprise that young Pericles benefited from a good education. Some of his known teachers included
like 300 to 500 BC has become that Lord
on the natural world, and his most
default
beloved tutor,
Lord of the Rings
Anaxagoras,
stage.
who
Oh, where myth turns to legend.
Despite
And
his
like,
privileged childhood,
like
Pericles
we
saw
think these
firsthand
people
how
might be
fleeting
real,
power can
you
be.
know,
When he was
we're
around
not
10, his
sure.
family status was almost wiped out when his father, Xanthippus, was ostracized. Back then, ostracism didn't just mean that he got left out of Athenian
500
politics. This
BC
was
for
an official
Greece is
procedure
pretty
that resulted
early,
in
I
a
think.
10-year exile from the city.
I guess
However, in this case, it
Alexander
only
is
lasted a few
like
years until the Persians invaded Greece
200
again. As one of
BC. That's
Athens'
the end
most
of Greece.
capable military leaders,
Alexander's the end of
Xanthippus was
Greece.
recalled in defense of the
And
city.
he's
He
before
acquitted himself
Rome, and
very
Rome
well
is
when he
around
led the
the
Athenian navy
time
in the
of
Battle
Jesus
of
is when
Mycale in
Rome's really.
479 BC. It was a decisive victory for the Greeks, and with another triumph
Maybe I have
of
my
Plataea, it
timelines
marked
off,
the
but,
end
yeah.
of the Second Persian invasion. Xanthippus only lived for a few more years after that, but he died a hero of Athens and
But yeah,
ensured that his
Socrates and
son would
those
be
are about
welcomed into the
300
city's political
BC,
world with open arms.
250 BC. Then what? Alexander's like 100 BC. Well,
Before we get into the
Aristotle
details
taught
of how Pericles
Alexander,
rose to
right?
power, we should try to get some background on the ruling political classes of Athens. There are basically
really
two
Greece
groups
didn't last
that we
very
need to
long?
discuss: the archons and the
Couple hundred
strategoi.
years.
The archons were the chief magistrates of Athens and other Greek cities, and they had been around for hundreds of years before the age of Pericles. Basically, whenever Athens was not ruled by a king or a tyrant, it was ruled by these archons, who usually came in three: the eponymous archon, the polemarch, and the archon Basilius. The length of their office terms varied greatly, depending on the exact time period we're talking about. At first, they ruled for life, then they were limited to 10 years, and finally, they were restricted to to a single year. With the emergence of democracy, the power and influence of the archons diminished greatly. In fact, by the time of Pericles, the office of archon was mainly ceremonial, with just a few minor civic responsibilities. The authority was now in the hands of the strategoi. Generally speaking, a strategos simply means a military leader, sort of the ancient Greek version of a general. However, in 5th century Athens, there was a board always consisting of 10 strategoi who were in charge of all the important duties of the city. While other positions like that of archon were assigned by drawing lots, the strategoi were elected every year. All strategoi were technically of equal rank and made decisions through vote. However, as you might expect, some were considerably more influential than the rest, and their opinion carried a lot more weight.
Need to brush up on my history. Now it's written.
So let's get back to Pericles. He entered the political world of Athens when he was in his early 20s.
I always bet on black.
What did Lorraine do? She's watching the rings.
I miss my mom.
Where the fuck am I going?
The earliest recorded act of his is dated to 472 BC, when he sponsored a play by Aeschylus called The Persians. In this case, Pericles was a choragos, a rich citizen of Athens, who paid for the production of a play whether he wanted to or not. These roles were usually assigned, and in fact represented one of the few duties still performed by the archons. But in this case, it is believed Pericles wanted to sponsor this particular play in order to send a message. Like we said, even though all strategoi were equal in rank, some were more equal than others. At this time, the leadership of Athens was divided between two factions, one led by Themistocles, the other by Cimon. The play, sponsored by Pericles, evoked the Battle of Salamis, where the Greeks, led by Themistocles, defeated the Persians. People regarded this as Pericles officially siding with him in his power struggle against Cimon. Unfortunately for Pericles, he chose poorly. The list of enemies for Themistocles was growing larger and larger, and it included all of Sparta, who were very friendly with Cimon. Eventually, after multiple accusations, Themistocles was ostracized and exiled. That wasn't enough for Sparta, though, which accused the former war hero of aiding a Spartan conspiracy plot and wanted him tried by all the Greek cities, not just Athens. Since this likely meant a death sentence, Themistocles was forced to leave the whole of Greece, and of all places, he ended up in Persia, which was now led by King Artaxerxes I, the son of the man that Themistocles defeated in battle. Fortunately for him, the king was not interested in revenge. If anything, he was happy to have one of his father's most capable foes in his service. The exiled Greek relocated to the prosperous city of Magnesia, where he was named governor and where he spent the rest of his days. Back in Athens, Pericles was steadily growing in power and winning over the people. However, he still had a major obstacle in the form of Cimon. Like Pericles, he was the son of a beloved war hero. In this case, it was Miltiades, the man who led Greece to victory at the Battle of Marathon. However, Cimon was also himself a distinguished military veteran, known for his triumph at the Battle of Eurymedon. He was also richer than Pericles and could afford to be more generous in his spending in order to win the affections of the public. It seemed like Cimon had the clear advantage, but fortunes are often fleeting. All Pericles had to do was wait for the opportune moment to strike against his opponent and destroy his public standing. He first acted on some rumors that Cimon had taken bribes from Alexander I of Macedon. No, that's not the famous one.
No.
And who knows, maybe Pericles even started the rumors himself. The important thing is that they allowed him to formally charge his rival with bribery, and even though Cimon was acquitted, it still attacked his credibility. That being said, Cimon's fall was ultimately of his own doing. As we said, he was close to Sparta. In fact, he acted as their proxenos, a sort of ambassador, and advocated for a close relationship between the two powerful Greek states. In 462 BC, Sparta experienced a Helot rebellion, the Helots being the lower class of Spartan society, similar to medieval serfs. Cimon believed that sending soldiers to aid Sparta helped cement the bond between
It's weird.
other leaders
Weird,
were
dude.
not so eager. With the Persians out of the picture,
I
they
wanted
saw
to actually
Sparta for what
listen
it
to
truly
this,
was,
dude.
their main competitor and biggest threat. Even so, Cimon convinced everyone, and he personally led thousands of troops to Sparta. When he arrived, though, he received a very unpleasant surprise.
If I alt
Spartans
tab, dude,
did not
yeah.
work. In fact,
Wow.
the last thing they needed was for the Helots to learn about that damn Athenian democracy. Cimon was turned back and had to return to Athens completely humiliated. Afterwards, Pericles had no difficulty in
I
getting
can't hear a word, dude, sorry.
461 BC.
I went to the red dot without pausing.
With the
My bad.
opposition gone, Pericles' party
I
was the
meant
most
to,
powerful
I'm
political
not
entity
quite
in
sure what
Athens,
happened
but
there.
he's not
I don't know how.
Not yet.
Just because I ran around for so long, I was frustrated, I saw the red dot,
He began
I
enacting
ran in there.
reforms to restrict the power of Athenian
Yep,
oligarchs
yada,
and to
yada,
expand
yada,
the
yada,
democratic
yada,
privileges
yada.
of the citizens, but he didn't get to see his policies in
I
action
want
as
to
he was
fucking hear it
assassinated
again,
that same
dude.
year.
No, so yeah, I'm not sure, this, start new game, load game, up and away, yes. Hopefully we're not too far away. Nope, good. We're just at the hotel suite. Good job. Nope, don't unpause that fucking podcast, dude. Fuck is wrong with you? Okay. Yep, just walk. Don't take the troll. Don't take the troll. Look at all these cheap ass cars. Don't take the troll. Just walk. Just walk. Just walk. You're fine. Do. We're all good. No rush. Just stay calm. Look at the flowers. So pretty. Pretty flowers. Pretty flowers. Yep. We'll get there. Mm-hmm. With all the cheap ass cars at midnight on the strip. Should be covered with hot rods. No. Oh. No. Got old taxis. I got to. No, dude, it's easier to walk, bro. By the time I take the vehicle, slam into 18 different ships on the way. No. That's just easier to walk it out. Walk it out, walk it out, walk it out. Almost there. Let's go. Duke-a-doo. I just wanted to see the cutscene, that's all. I haven't seen it yet. Duke-a-doo. Here we go. Come on. Almost there. Alright. Find this elevator again. Dick-a-doo. There's an elevator. What? Is it right around the corner? Yep.
Oi, Rosie, liven yourself up. Carl's here.
Hello.
What's happening?
Hey, there's some top fanny down at that pool, Pabsy.
Leave it out, Dimlo. What's wrong with you? Well, are you going to tell him or shall I?
I'm really screwed.
Crack on, Rosie. Spit it out.
I threw it all away. Okay,
I had the power, the money, the ladies, but I couldn't lay off the blow. So I went into rehab, and everything went to shit. But so what? So when I came out, I started representing the Liberty City mob again. And that's how I ended up here. But no one family would trust another family to run the casino, so I was put forth as a neutral party. So now I spend my days waiting for one family to cap me and blame the other one. My only friend is a bird named Tony.
I never fucked anyone over in my life who didn't have it coming to him.
Shit, let me think about this. You're going to have to break it down for me real quick.
Okay. The Sindacos are on the warpath, okay? I mean, something terrible has happened to Johnny. I mean, he's in a shock-induced coma at the hospital across town. Now, the Forellis, they will take this opportunity to rub him out. Now, if any hit between the families succeeds on my turf, I will get the axe, bullet, machete,
Okay, relax. I'm going to shoot over to the hospital and move the body or something.
There you go, my love. Things ain't so bad, are they?
Bada bing.
Nobody knew who did the deed, so obviously enemies of Pericles accused the Athenian of killing his mentor to take over his position. Such accusations were considered baseless. Plutarch, for example, said that they were hurled as if so much venom against one who had a noble disposition and an ambitious spirit, wherein no such savage and bestial feelings can have their abode. He also mentions, quoting Aristoteles' source, that the killer of Ephialtes was a man named Aristodicus of Tanagra. Who he was, why he did it, and how Aristotle came to learn of him, we have no idea. Rest of history. But the point is that with the leader of the opposition exiled and the leader of his own party dead, Pericles was now able to consolidate power and become the most powerful man in Athens, a position that he would maintain until his death. Now, just before we continue with the rest of today's video, I do want to take a quick moment to tell you about our fantastic sponsor, Vincero Watches. Vincero create exceptionally crafted timepieces at fair prices. These watches, they're great looking pieces, certainly not minimalist. I'm taking it off now so you can have a look at it. They have a bold and distinct look. This is their take on the Pilot Watch. It's an altitude watch. It's got this nice red second hand, nice big face, very easily readable numbers, and also it's got dual time, so you can set it to 2 time zones, which is fantastic. Got another one over here. This is the Rogue, which is a bit more of a traditional looking watch. It's got this great clasp strap. You just pop that on the wrist just like that, and it looks...
Here we have 2...
That modernity and...
Hello, sir. Can I help you?
Yeah, I'm here to pick up Mr. Sindaco.
Mr. Sindaco? There must be some mistake. An ambulance just picked him up.
Oh, okay. Thank you for your help. What you on, fool?
The fuck, dude? What the fuck, dude? What are you doing to my fingers, my hands? My eyes? Just don't get it.
property. Out of the dark road. All right, who's messing with Forelli business? Yeah, who's got a death wish?
No,
Ah, man.
no, no, dude, no. God, dude, oh my God. Just watching cheat right in front of my face, dude. Oh
Hey,
God.
my bag empty.
Oh my God, dude. Oh my God. Just right in front of my face. Break every rule, dude. Ooh. Oh. LOL random. Yeah, right. LOL Shrek. I don't even know where I'm going. Where am I going? LOL Shrek. Okay. Shrekalicious.
Hey, Johnny, how you feeling?
I didn't think he was gonna be discharged till tomorrow.
Look out!
Take go put this in a magnet. Izzy, go put this back in your room.
Check that out. Excuse me.
Put the controller.
One would think that modernity and the Enlightenment would be the great period in which all monsters, spirits, devils, and goblins, and gods for that matter, would, after millennia of their rule, finally go extinct. That rationalism in the new science and social emancipation would certainly spell the doom to superstition, magic, and eventually religion itself would wither on the vine. And yet, it would be precisely modernity and Enlightenment values that would provide us one of the most terrifying and enduring monsters of the contemporary period, the vampire. But the vampire of today, from Stoker to Anne Rice to, God forbid, the Twilight series, is a far cry from the earliest vampire reports in history. Let's rewind the clocks. Before Carmilla, before Varney the Vampire, before Dracula, before Polidori, back to the hinge of the 18th century to explore a few of the first accounts of the living dead preying upon the regular living, and how the vampire craze that erupted in the heart of Enlightenment Western Europe left its mark on both philosophy and theology. I should also mention that Philip over at Let's Talk Religion and I were chatting back and forth about what we wanted to do for our kind of Halloween-themed episode, and independently, we both landed on vampires. So, great minds, demented minds think alike, apparently. So you should also make sure to go check out Philip's episode on vampires as a kind of general introduction to the topic. Of course, I'll be doing my esoteric thing, diving deep into the early history of vampires and the theological and philosophical impact they have on the Enlightenment. But also, don't forget the question, are you going to cover any Islamic mysticism here, esoterica, like the Shamsamadic? The answer, generally speaking, is no.
Both of you guys, stop.
The reason why is that you can check out Philip's channel, Let's Talk Religion. He covers Islamic mysticism and Islamic occultism and the Islamic occult sciences wonderfully. So if you're interested in that topic, again, another reason to check out Philip's channel over at Let's Talk Religion. If you're interested in magic, hermetic philosophy, alchemy, Kabbalah, or the history of the occult, or just strange things in history like vampires, make sure to subscribe and check out my other content on topics in esotericism. Also, if you want to support my work of providing accessible, scholarly...
Can we make me a cup of coffee, please?
For free
What's he doing?
YouTube,
What's he doing?
Supporting my work on Patreon with
Is
a
he?
donation over at PayPal, perhaps. You can use
Where you at, my beautiful boy?
Video,
huh?
Pick up some of our cool black metal style merch over at the store tab. But now,
what?
Let's
look at my jetpack, bro. I made it to endgame.
I'm Dr. Justin Sledge.
This is endgame.
There ain't no jetpack from GTA 5.
Is there not? I thought it became a staple.
No.
But yeah, yeah. I remember people talking about it gets better once you get the jetpack. It's frustrating at the end, but if you get the jetpack, then after that, yeah, you can just fly everywhere, basically. That and the parachutes. Does the parachute disappear after I use it? It would make sense, right, though?
The vampire legend was not born out of whole cloth.
At least in...
Is it a one-time use item? I think if...
In 5, it was
frankly ancient.
One-time
use.
Is it a one-time use item? So I gotta go find it again every time I jump out of a plane?
Maybe there's a place you can buy them at?
I mean,
maybe, I haven't seen it yet.
Threatens to unleash the
sometimes stuff opens up later.
Not allowed through the gates of the underworld.
I think this is my favorite car, though. Check it out.
Extremely ancient. However, none of these beings can be said to be, well,
Looks like one of
vampires in
those
a
Ford
strict
race
sense.
cars
Even
back
the
in the day in the
mysterious term
60s.
vampire, borrowed
Like a
from
Mustang,
some
one of those
very
Mustang
unknown
race cars. Or
savagery from the
Shelby,
French
that
using
one movie they
etymology.
made
As
it
I mentioned,
Shelby
which remains
about.
debated to this day,
Was Brad Pitt in
reveals that there
that? I think he
probably
was.
was no singular
He was a real
vampire
guy.
legend,
Shelby
that it was a
dude, yeah.
cluster of folklore
And I'm
with
sure
regional
he became
variants
a brand
abounding
name, just
in
like
the
that Eddie
Ukirs of
Bauer
the
became a
Balkans,
brand name.
the
But I think Eddie
Galapagos of
Bauer
the
was a real
Aegean,
guy at one time.
lots of species of the genus vampire. In some of the legends, the vampire is said to physically rise from the dead and attack the living, often starting out with family members and then fanning out through the community, with those being attacked sometimes becoming vampires themselves. In some narratives, they even attack livestock, and people that eat that livestock become vampires. The nature of those attacks vary from blood drinking, as is common, but it's just as common for them to be strangled or suffocated by the vampire while sleeping. In other cases, the entity is just bothersome, pinching people in the night. In other cases still, the physical body of the vampire remains in the grave the entire time, but a spectral, mystical
5 more
body goes
missions
out on
to
the
the end of the
prowl,
game.
somehow mystically filling the vampire's body and even
And
the
I think we'll
grave
see. It
with
may give you
gore.
100% completion
Though
for
the
just
earliest
doing. I don't
narratives
think you
about the
have to do all
ravenous
that other
undead
shit.
are quite different
Yeah.
from these, though just as unnerving. The vampire legend, especially as it
I
becomes
think you just have to
increasingly
finish
codified
all
through
the
the
story
18th century,
modes,
went through a
basically,
period of
and there's
rather
optional
rapid
missions. I think you
mutation.
got to
So
finish all
getting
the
back to the
missions,
earliest
basically.
legends is quite
So we'll see.
difficult. However, some
Which
of
would be
those
cool,
earliest
because, yeah,
accounts of
that
the
whole,
restless
like,
dead
find the
are primarily not concerned
clamshells,
with them
find the...
rising from their graves to
I
attack
tried
the
that in
living,
Assassin's Creed one time,
but
because
how
I
they
really
actually
enjoyed the
rose
world.
from the
It
grave
was
in some sense and
a...
attacked
and, dude, I got,
themselves
like, a quarter
within the
and just
grave. Among the
stupidest shit ever,
earliest
dude.
collections of vampire
It was
accounts,
just
such as
obvious. It was just...
1679,
So...
Dissertatione
But yeah,
Historico-Philosophica de
Assassin's Creed was a good
Masticazione
game, dude. The first one
Mortuorum
when it came
by
out.
the theologian Philip
It
Rohr,
was new.
and the more famous by the Reverend
Uh-huh.
Michael Roft in his
And it was.
1734
And it
De
was the fact you could
Masticazione
walk through the
Mortuorum
crowd and the
Humus.
crowd
Both
interacted with
refer
you.
to
That was
the
one of the big selling points.
dead, the dead that chew. These are detailed accounts of the recently buried gibbering, scratching, and grunting like pigs within their graves. Further and similarly
Animations.
disturbing are accounts in which the dead have been
Contextual
exhumed
animations
for a
almost.
wide range of reasons only at that time, that
But
they
yeah,
appear
then
to
they
have
started making one. What do they make a
somehow
new one?
gotten
How many
free
are there
of their
now?
burial shrouds. And worse,
Is it
they've
once a year?
consumed some of those shrouds. In other cases, it's even more disturbing. The dead have gnawed at their own arms, or even partially consumed their own.
What's
They've
up,
even eaten
baby?
part of
Let's
their own
get some light on
entrails.
in here, huh?
Aside from the horrible possibility of premature burial, these texts are theologically worrisome, a sign of the debates that are going to rage through the 18th century about the nature of vampires and their, frankly, theological implications. Note, both of these texts were prepared by preachers, ministers, and theologians, with their chief issue here being the premature resurrection of the dead.
Where's the eraser?
The dead aren't supposed to come back inside of their graves, at least not yet. Of course, the Bible has instances in which the dead are physically returned to life, but the general theological consensus of that time and now among Catholics was that such an event will occur only at the end of time, at the final day of judgment. Thus, the physical return of the dead is a theological problem, not just a... It's not just like a monster problem. It's worse than a monster problem. Of course,
and then all your little
demons.
students,
Of course, demons could
little
be generating
action
these
figures
sounds
and
to
stuff
frighten
are
the
supposed to
living,
be...
but the physical resurrection remains
There you
alarming,
go.
as
And they're
only
all supposed
God
to have
Almighty
notebooks.
has the power to physically resurrect the dead. Not even Satan himself has that power. Not even necromancy, in some sense, according to strict Catholic theology, has that power.
What the heck,
And
bro?
these mutilations within the grave are by no means demonic illusion, and were numerously
Quiet
attested
time.
to from a range of, frankly, bewildered, though reliable
Someone
sources.
got quiet
Now,
time.
most of these early texts adopt a kind of religious naturalism. This would be a period that would really flower in the 18th century, and aspects of this grave chewing could be supernatural or demonically compelled. The dreadful sounds heard within the graves, that could be demons. But these theologians very nearly unanimously reject the full physical resurrection of the dead within their graves. That's just a bridge too far theologically. Rather, most of the mutilations are attributed to insect and vermin predation upon the body. However, Raft does leave open a stranger much stranger possibility. That is that death itself is a transitional cycle from a sense of being maximally alive, physically, mentally, and spiritually alive, through successive stages of death where the last vestige of life is a kind of purely vegetable existence. This quasi-life at the border of a more absolute sense of death might explain the dead escaping from their burial shrouds and even some of the ravenous behavior within the graves. Here, religious naturalism and some quasi-Paracelsian alchemical theories of life and post-life or being undead are brought to bear on those that gnaw within their graves. Raft would have revised and expanded and even translate his book over the years, and it would go on to become extremely popular, one of the most popular collections of early vampire narratives, thus setting the stage for the vampire craze of the 1730s. But to understand that, we have to explore some of the earliest other vampire cases of that period, some even gathered and published by Raft. Though, I will say, he also says, what happens, why can we explain why other people are harmed by these vampires? And he gives the most interesting and elaborate theory of the idea that somehow the imagination of the people that are experiencing the gnawing sounds within the grave, that the imagination is infected by this fear, by these emanations coming out of the grave, and that these can cause widespread shared delusions of seeing the dead roaming around. So it's a kind of infection, but not an infection of vampirism as we'll see later, but a kind of infection coming from the grave into the imagination of all those involved.
So when is this
and
chick
this
at home?
explains kind of the mass hysteria about why people would see the dead returning to them and harming them and throttling them in the night. It's an infection, but an infection at the level of the imagination. However, by even the mid-17th century, the very earliest tales from Eastern Europe, the Balkans, and Southeastern Europe of the dead returning to harm the living already beginning to trickle into Western European records. Indeed, such legends were probably, frankly, centuries old by the time they were written down in the official records and entered into Western Europe. I'm sure these tales were circulating for centuries, maybe millennium. Among the earliest of these tales was a Croatian account of Jure Grando, who perished by some disease in 1656, only to rise from his grave to torment the living for 14 years. For 14 years they put up with this. Although in that text he's referred to as a strigon rather than a vampire, something like a wizard, with no reference to him consuming blood or the contagious vampirism that we'll see in later accounts. He would eventually be exorcised on a couple of occasions and, beheaded. His body, however, was strangely undecayed and filled with blood. It would shrink when he was finally punctured, and many of these elements would become canonical to the vampire narrative as it would be more fully fleshed out in the 18th century. Though he was able to physically assault people, including his former wife, it appears that the attacks were spectral rather than purely physical after a physical resurrection, his gravesite being undisturbed before his destruction in the account. A similar, even earlier account emerged from Silesia, where following the cover-up of her husband's suicide, the improperly buried man returns in spectral form, but mostly just to bother people. I'm not kidding, he tries to strangle people, but mostly manages just to pinch them, and he blows wind in their faces to bother them. However, the ghost does appear more and more frequently, even appearing in the daytime, which is not really a thing you're supposed to do as a ghost, and he's especially troubling to the cobbler's family. And suspecting that he didn't just die of a stroke, as his wife had been telling everybody, the local family actually convinces the authorities to exhume him, now 8 months after his death. This well-attended spectacle, a lot of the townspeople, the prominent townspeople, showed up, and they were met with a swollen corpse blown up like a drum, but oddly without the typical stench of death, though many of the things we're going to hear now are telltale signs of decomposition, but they were rather extraordinary to late 17th century eyes. Apparently this is things like the growth of nails in the beard, the sheathing away of the outer layers of the flesh, the appearance of a new ruddish flesh. There's even a mole on his toe that was shaped like a rose that apparently wasn't there when he was buried. The limbs were still attached to the body, and there was no sign of rigor mortis. Of course, This is all to be expected of a buried corpse, a deeply buried corpse, especially one interred during the freezing months of winter and exhumed in April. Well, the exhumation didn't exactly help matters, and it actually made things worse. And even placing the corpse beneath the local gallows, probably as a kind of symbolic post-mortem execution, that just made him angry, or would make me angry too. Execute me when I'm dead. So they
Hello, Carl. Been a long time, huh?
Yeah, I was starting to miss you guys.
Now, why don't I believe you? Get over here.
So
Now,
the last
things
of the
have
hot glue
developed since
out.
the last time we met. Despite our best efforts, the gig's nearly up.
I'm sure you'll find some way to keep your badge. Your kind always do.
You still don't get it, do you, Carl? This ain't about keeping some fucking badge.
Hey, listen to the man.
We all the same, Carl. You, me. We all trying to pull ourselves out of the hole. Somebody steps on me, I gotta step on you.
Where's Hernandez with that fucking meat? He's been gone too long, Tenpenny.
Getting a little edgy, fellas?
Oh, how you like that, you piece of shit? That give you any idea how edgy I am?
Whoa!
Get up, bitch!
Whoa.
You paying attention? Now, there's a ruined town out west of here. Aldea Malvada. And there's some piece of shit DEA officer meeting with an FBI agent with a dossier. Now, you get the dossier and you make both of them disappear.
I have videos to return.
Probably. It's been good. Probably on. I love you, Mommy. No. Right. Over. That's what I was at. I just actually. Goodbye for like now. Out your feet, don't put your shoe where it belongs. Out. That head, don't put the other shoes on there, it's not much. Want this?
There's a parachute up here. I think. Oh look, you can speed run with the it won't let me have it. It's gonna let me cheese this. Go all the way across the map, I guess. Let's see.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Wait, let's go this way. Right. Should I be concerned? No idea what this is. Something you did. That sounds like should I be concerned?
I don't think so. Probably me being at 12. Something or other.
Be holding people's. Don't be holding people's art against their mental mark. You can't cancel people over art. Although that's what Catholics do, bro. It's how we roll. Do I have a jetpack in here? No, I don't. Good job. Good job.
I just so enjoyed my time in Europe. Daddy paid my credit card bills again.
Okay, there it is.
1, 2,
Careful.
3, 4, 5.
I'm so over this.
Oh, where I am.
Are you impeding an officer of the law?
Hey, yeah. That's a long drive all the way back over here. What the fuck, dude? What the fuck, dude? I literally looked. I looked. You still fucking slammed me with cars. Fuck, bro. Fucking mad as fuck. You were just gonna do that no matter what. Oh, really? Wow. See, I'm being punished for wanting to play the game. Just get the fuck out of this car, dude. Get the fuck out of this fucking car, dude. Alright, let's go check that safe house. See who has a garage. Get the fuck out of this car. Turn the fucking game on. Oh, let's turn the podcast back on. Turn the
They
podcast
finally
back
did the
on.
rational
Switch
thing.
back
They
to
exhumed him, cut
screen.
him into pieces, cremated
You
him,
just gotta talk to yourself,
distributed
dude.
the
It's the only
body,
way to talk
distributed the
through it.
ashes so that
The
people couldn't
word.
collect it to do source
The
work.
word will save you. Keep on going.
Rational thing to do.
You're gonna go down
I mean,
here.
you didn't even really want to be alive during life.
And you're gonna check that safe
They
house.
gave you
I
kind
don't know
of
if we
what
have
you
any
want.
more garages left.
At
And
any
then,
rate,
yeah,
the ghost didn't
these
bother
cars
anyone
are
ever
everywhere,
again.
dude.
Here again,
Let's not
he's
get
not
that upset
quite
about it.
a vampire as we might
Come by
recognize.
later.
The attacks are spectral. They don't include blood consumption, but those elements are coming. Get those in just a minute. However, what is key is the apparent supernatural
Map.
preservation of the corpse. This
Where the
is going
fuck
to
we
be a
at?
linchpin
Somehow
issue
we
in
went
vampire
past it.
narratives. And of course,
Didn't
the
show up
destruction
on my
of the
mini
corpse as a
map,
means
even
to
though I
stop the
drove
spectral
right
attacks.
fucking by it.
Even the rapacious
So it's
nature
not
of
close
the
enough to show up on the mini.
life points to the ravenous sexuality of the vampire as the legend develops.
Here,
And
it'll be over on our right, which is east.
Centuries. But the
Car
vampire,
popping
as
up
we
out of
best
nowhere.
know them,
Quantum.
was just
Quantum cars.
oddly enough, it would be a political piece that would open the gates for the vampire
walls
to
are
enter
falling
into
down.
the wider Western
Yep,
world.
this is an apartment
Included
complex.
in
Doesn't have a garage.
1718, the Peace of
Okay,
Passarowitz
so what are we gonna do?
brought
We're
the
just
parts
gonna
of
fucking
Serbia
get the
and
fuck out of
Wallachia
here.
out of Ottoman domain
Save
and
this
into the
game.
power of Austria. The military forces sent to occupy the newly acquired territory began sending back reports of locals exhuming and destroying the bodies of the dead who they alleged were attacking them following their deaths. This was alarming to the local Austrian authorities. With these regions now open to the west, such strange accounts of the living dead were translated from official military reports to medical journals, and then they were published as sensational articles in circulation among the fashionable French journals of the Salon, and everybody at the Salon was talking about vampires by the mid-18th century. An early such military account is the 1725 case of Peter Plojogovitz. Well, Peter dies, as is pre-vampire custom, only to appear again to very